Fangirl, my favorite fangirl of all. Welcome. Hi, all y'all. What do I usually say when I start a stream? Oh, right. Felicitations, my family of fledglings and ghosts. It's so good to unsee you as well. I am less lit tonight, not because we're using the 2010s version of lit and I'm just not feeling it. I can't get my key light to light up. It's part of many reasons why I'm late, so that's a thing. We're just gonna have to rely on the bounce lights tonight. Fun! It's fun! I love it. I love a very expensive light that will not turn on for me. It's great. It's the best thing ever. Rose. I try. Today's been weird. Fill me in, because it's been weird over here too. Welcome, everybody. For those of you that are meeting me for the first time, I'm sorry that this is the stream that you will be doing that on, because I am tired, out of sorts, and in a weird mood. We are playing Hylix this evening. We're in the end game. If you need to catch up to the rest of this particular game, please watch me on the Red Platforms stream and make it happen. Because it's a good game and you should see it from beginning to end. It's really weird. It is a drug trip from beginning to end. And for some people, that's really appealing. Excuse me. For me, it is also really appealing. I enjoy the very weird, insane, inane, who knows why we're doing what we're doing or what our motivations are. Why do we exist? Why do we play this game? The game has very little to share with us to help us feel like we understand it to our. If anybody can search, it's Neewer, Neewer. I have a Neewer key light, and it will not start up. It just it flashes a little blue light. That's not my power light. It's like a warning light. Flashes a little blue light every time I try to turn it on. And that little blue light says, You're missing something, and I haven't changed anything. What changed is we had a power outage due to a blown transformer in the neighborhood. And this key light is on a surge protector. It should not have been damaged, but I've tried unplugging it, plugging it in, unplugging at the AC adapter box, and then plugging that back in, unplugging and plugging back in at the light itself. I've tried pushing all the buttons on the light, thinking maybe one of them is like a reset button. Maybe I have to press and hold. I haven't tried that yet. And it will not do the thing. Yeah, it will not. So, hi and welcome to Dimly Lit D for the night. Gotta head out since I'm at work. You're at work. Go save some lives. But thanks for lurking at me. Have a good night, D and all my friends. We love your face. Thanks for popping in. Work was bizarre. Lots of odd but simple issues. It was a breeze of a shift, but the issues were completely out of left field. So they were easy, but they were really weird. That's interesting. Also, I've been getting weird cramps in my upper arms and hands. It's probably not great. Unless you can attribute it to like, oh, I did this weird workout, or we tried this new yoga pose and it didn't, I didn't jive with that. I'm not potassium deficient, so it's kind of weird. Is that a thing? Cramps in arms and hands is a potassium deficiency for some people. Just everything today's been somewhat off. Maybe a good night's sleep is all you need to move on to the next phase of not feeling that way anymore. I hope so anyway. I don't know what to do with my hair. It's getting long again, and I got a little bit of a trim, but not enough. Well, I guess it's enough. It's right at the collarbone. I got to figure out what to do with it now. Now that it's long, I should probably try to take care of it somehow, in some way. Where is this thing? I can see on camera, but I can't actually. There it is. It's right there. Okay. We'll make it bigger. We'll make it worse. Let's make everything worse tonight. That sounds like a good plan. Potassium deficiency is known to cause cramping and muscle fatigue. Bummer. I don't think any of us are potassium deficient here, but it sounds not fun. Hylix is a weird drug trip of a game. It's going into my playlists that support any game that is similar to the NES Mother games. And while this one is in some ways similar, it's also incredibly different. The only thing I could say about Hylix is that it is just like the Mother games when the kids drink tea or receive food or some sort of hospitality from NPCs, because I feel like there are certain NPCs in the Mother series that want the kids to go on a fantastic trip. And this game is trippy. Yeah. So, am I choosing the right thing? Yeah, oh yeah. That's the right thing. We're popping into Hylix. Hylix 1. Yeah. So, without further ado, we'll pop in. Thanks for being here tonight, and thanks for your patience. Not that you had a choice as to how long you would wait until I started stream, but so many things were decided to jump in the way of me starting stream on time. And so I started streaming really late. Super late for me. Let's continue, shall we? Oh, wait, I have to press a button, don't I? Yes, this file with my three folks, my three happy folks. We are doing a thing. We're so happy. We have lots of health and will and lots of money. So much money. So much money. Could we go to the big city and do big city things? Real. Hi and welcome. What's good in your hood? It's been a minute since we've caught up. Anything exciting? How's 2026 treating you so far? Do we want to buy anything from you? Frozen burritos, perhaps? Juice box, we have 36 of these. Frozen burritos, we have 5 of these. Dynamite, we have some of these. I think we're okay for now. Also, I know this is not like... This stream is not... It's been more game heavy than commentary and deep talk heavy. But I just got to say, since the last stream, I think it was in between last stream and this stream, the Department of Justice in the United States decided that it was hiding or possibly mistreating 50 files that are part of the Epstein case. Important files. And they're like, oh, maybe we mismanaged these. We don't know. And the vast majority of them implicated our current president with a minor. And it doesn't look good. And the only reason why I think this has come to light in any way is because of pressure from the UK. I don't know that anybody else has really voiced that opinion, but I'm voicing that opinion. The UK decided that Prince Andrew should not be a prince anymore. And then they looked further and then they said, you know, the Epstein files might not mark you as a PDF file, but they do mark you potentially using your political powers for ill. And you are a high-ranking official, and this is not good. And nobody is above the law. We really want the public to feel that, because that is a good stance for a very large, very important country to take. And then the US saw the UK do that. I'm sure we did. And they probably thought, ugh, this whole nobody is above the law thing, we really need to follow suit in some way, or the next administration is going to tear down everything that we're currently doing. That, and we had a really bad congressional hearing with Pam Bondi. Yeah. It's been refreshing to see the UK leading on that front. I know! Nobody is above the law. That makes sense, doesn't it? You have a country, you have laws, you have rich and powerful people. How good does it feel to be a lowbie like me, and like maybe some of you, and see, okay, you act a fool, but you're incredibly rich and wealthy and you have a big name, maybe you're royalty, and the law still applies to you? Feels good. Feels good to me. Have you heard about our bleak cellophane? Boy, have I. I don't think I want anything from you either. Thanks, though. I do not want to take a bio break already. I want to buy stuff for my characters and not take a break. Not so soon. Hang tight. Yes, it is. It is so nice. So nice. So nice. So refresh. Much nice. Much refresh. Okay. This music is unsettling. This game is unsettling. Everything about this is unsettling, but I'm really enjoying the time that we've spent here so far. Samsnosa has a poncho. It doesn't look like the best equipment for you. A head squirrel. Wait, can we talk about what Samsnosa has first? Because it looks like their stuff is really worthwhile hanging on to. Artificial bicep increases flesh and mightiness. Crown prevents negative status effects. That's pretty good. It's pretty good to have that. But the poncho, I don't think the poncho is good. We should probably replace the poncho, honestly. Okay. Let me take a quick bio break. I should have done this before I started the stream, but I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna take care of it. Be right back. And then we're gonna prepare ourselves for all the new areas. So many new areas in this game. Now that we can fly, lots of new areas. All right, BRB. Yes. Oz laughs like with all of her essence. Oz also burps with all of her essence. I don't know how to help her out. Your horse is injured. Please try again shortly. I suppose we could give her a bit of time and a rest and...
Howdy, folks.
Hello.
How y'all doing today?
Hello.
Okay.
My horse has sustained some immense damage from a collision. Mars, why did you emote what you did? I actually don't know how to get my horse back up now.
Could she need for something?
I'm not sure what she needs right now. Oh, your emotes can predict the future.
Akumu?
Yes.
He's mine. Actually, he's Cribs, but then he's mine. Oh wait, no, also Oz's. But then he's mine. You know what? Fuck it, you can have him.
He's mine with technical issues.
With
Yes,
did you say tentacle issues?
technical.
Okay, I'm weird, but not that weird.
Get my dad! Woogie, woogie, woogie!
Welcome. Wow, I am so in the stratosphere today. Welcome is my new greeting. I'm just gonna stick with it. I'm not gonna correct myself. Welcome, everybody. Charo says clothes are dumb, and I couldn't agree more. One day.
Gato was asking if we wanted to fuck
Mickey
Mouse's best
Goofy.
friend.
Oh,
Goofy.
thoughts on Goofy Goofy the dog. I see what you say. I mean, you know, if we were alone on a desert island or something.
And there's nothing else and no one else. I guess we're chuckling along.
Yep.
I mean, I heard his cover of Evanescence, and I'm not gonna lie, it's probably the best cover of Bring Me to Life I've ever heard.
Hell.
Wake me up. You haven't heard this? Go look it up. Go YouTube it. I'm gonna post it on this.
$135. Thank you for your contribution to the Book of Crow.
We should probably delete that clip, but it's fine. Welcome back. I'm still in the dark. That's just how we do for tonight's stream. Okay, so yeah, it's been weird and funny, but one of my favorite things about the Epstein files is that they actually do seem to implicate some really negative relationships with people, and some bad things have been happening. Not that we will necessarily see any justice come to light. We all saw what happened to what were those financial records in Panama that we found? What were those called? I can't remember the name. Now I'm drawing a blank. But I feel like a huge number of people, while we did change the way we view offshore accounting, we also saw a number of people escape justice with those Panama account records things. Can't think of the name. Obviously, I'm not strictly a political streamer, but yeah, I feel like we might face some of that here with the Epstein file stuff as well. But at least it's coming to light and will maybe change some people's public perception of what's going on. And if it doesn't change your public perception of what's going on, if you still defend your favorite person that's been implicated in these files and maybe faces severe penalties because it's led to real evidence that they've been a very bad person, and you still stand by them, it lets the rest of us know what sort of person you are, which I think is always a good thing. I've mentioned this before, but I really do believe in red flags being presented to the world. I want people to show everybody what the red flags are, because I would rather know how awful you are in advance than to know how awful you are when it's too late, or never know, and then we face problems because I'm acting on a different version of you than what you really are. Those had a much smaller limelight than the Epstein files, though. True, because it only affected money and not minors. Those are everywhere now. Yeah. We're talking about fascists? Hey, what's up, Akai? Ooh-wee. Yeah. The idea that there are people today that are willing to support whoever their favorite political party candidate is, regardless of the negativity that person purports, is insane to me. I think we should hold everybody accountable. And I think if a political party in the United States especially is to see a future, they should own that there is no single person that's above reproach. If you have done something bad, if you have been a bad actor, if you have screwed something up royally, it doesn't matter how good your policies are or how bad the other guy is, you should still be held accountable for the bad that you've done. Good is good and bad is bad, and they're not on a spectrum, and they never cancel each other out. The Dow, the S&P, the stock markets, no matter how good they are, under any presidency, they should never be a negating factor to how awful somebody acts in another part of their life. Yeah. My toxic trait is that I keep losing my netherite gear in stupid ways. No, that's bad. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Personally, I would appreciate more streamers being open about this, but I totally get it. I do. Now is not the time to be neutral. Yeah, and I know there's some bigger streamers, far larger than me, who really feel like the money comes from taking a very neutral stance and not necessarily having an opinion on things. And I do feel for some streamers when they decide to take a path of neutrality and get really attacked for it. I know Emaru in the last month made a comment that streamers shouldn't have to have an opinion on the Palestine-Israel conflict. And that in itself was very damaging to say, because a lot of people were like, fuck you for saying that people should not have to have an opinion. If you're large enough, you should take a stance and say what you believe and what you think and all that sort of thing. I'm happy to say those things. I'm a very much smaller streamer, so maybe it's, the idea is I don't have the same financial loss to mull over, but the world looks to people with a voice, people with thoughtfulness, and maybe that's not who Emaru is. So I get, to some degree, not wanting to take a stance. Maybe if you don't feel like you are the person people should address to find their opinion on something. But I'm happy to voice it. I'm happy to take a stance. And I'm happy to be altered along the way too. With the right evidence or the right convincing arguments. I'm happy to let go of something that was... Oh, thank you so much for doing that, Tra. Happy to take new information in and adjust my ideas of things such that I can't be held to a position that was bad if I find that there's a better path, right? And I think more anybody online, any content creator, that they really need to start creating a philosophy of every iteration or every phase of your life, every age that you're in is some temporal version of yourselves, and that's not necessarily indicative of who you are forever. Therefore, if you do so, if you're willing to pivot, if you're willing to adopt new information, if you're willing to be taught by somebody who's, capable of doing so, then when trolls come out and say, hey, in 2017, I saw you say this, blah, 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 or like, you used to have a stance on Trump that blah, 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 said this, you can say, yeah, and I'm human and changing and evolving, and that was a snapshot of me then. Who am I today? Can we talk about who I am? Can we engage with who I am today? More people ought to live in this space, I think. Yeah. But the Dow is up. Immediately false. Yeah, I'm watching my favorite stocks most of which I'm not invested in. We had to we had like a small up after the pandemic for reasons. We were able to, I was furloughed during the pandemic. My day job, they cut my hours. They cut almost everybody's hours. Some people they actually laid off until the pandemic was solved. And we all kind of suffered through it. But in that time, because where we lived, everything was also shut down. We ended up through furlough but shutdowns making some extra money because we changed our lifestyle profoundly. Very ascetic lifestyle. We cut down to like very much bare minimums. And in that time, we were able to set aside a little bit of money and invest in a few things. And then post-pandemic came and we had to liquidate. It wasn't a governmental or like global or national reason. It was very familial. We faced some weird stuff happening and we had to liquidate almost everything. So my positions in the stock market are so minimal that I couldn't really say I have an opinion on the stock going up and down, but I have seen it. I've seen it go up and then down and then up and then down. It's not so permanently positive like they would like you to think. Yeah. From companies that probably support Annoying Orange and ICE. It's hard to say. I mean, some are very overt about it and some are pretty subtle. Yeah. Not everything gets reported as far as who supports whom with what money. Like Spotify. That one was subtle for a long time. A lot of people didn't know about that one, right? It's one thing to be educated in something you support and just speaking blindly about something you support, but don't know enough about it to explain to someone why you personally believe in it. I think I almost prefer if somebody has a strong belief, I want them to be heavily opinionated and try to explain it, even if they're really bad at it, because that gives us sort of a dipstick or like an understanding, a finger on the pulse of who that person is. If when pressed, if you, okay, well, why do you think that? Or why would you believe that? Or can you give me some supporting evidence of that? And you see them struggle or flail or loop or beg the question. When you see all that stuff happening, it really does tell you sort of like where that person's mental space is, how much thought they put into it, and what they really believe versus what they've come to know more academically. And so, yeah, I do like. I almost would rather somebody who is not educated enough to explain to still try, because sometimes that in itself is the red flag that we need to see. I think we should also start somewhere. Yeah, absolutely. I would almost rather like teenagers, young people that start to have formulated opinions on politics. I say, get your cringe ideas, get your cringe takes out now. Get them out now. Get some people incensed with what you just said. Oh, you believe that, or you think this way, or like this is your supporting evidence of that. That's so naive, or it's so base, or it's so pathetic. But that's fine when you're young and you have those bad takes and you have that bad evidence. Hearing dissenting views or people that would say, oh, I think you're too narrow-minded, or you're not working this through enough, or you just don't know enough. That's good to interact with. That's a good intersection of ideas. It's good to hear that stuff when you're younger than maybe when you get to a certain age and your ideology is ossified to some degree. Yeah. We live in Minnesota now with the Twin Cities, so we're seeing a lot of this shit unfold in front of us. I bet you are, especially right now. My girlfriend works in childcare. I worry about her and her schools every day. Hopefully, the feds do find that there's a certain limitation on their powers, and the life in that city, in that state entirely, is broadly left to precedent and how things have worked out so far all this time. Spotify's running ads to recruit for ICE. I mean, Spotify doesn't, they're not prioritizing ICE, right? ICE is paying for ads in places, and Spotify is just not anti-ICE. So to try to be at least somewhat even-handed or understanding of the entire picture, I wouldn't say that Spotify's take to date, unless I hear otherwise, that they're not pro-ICE so much as they receive money from advertisers and they're not as discriminatory as some people would like. Would Spotify users prefer not to see ICE ads? That's up for debate. Spotify already said they liked Joe Rogan enough to buy his show. So maybe there's a demographic they're serving, and when they do ads for ICE, it actually matriculates into something that works out for them in the long run. And, you know, at the end of the day, when a company supports an ideology, is that really saying that that company has an ideological bent, or is it just saying they're chasing money? It's hard to say. Now, some things about the CEO have come out, and I feel like they do have more of a right-leaning bend, but I don't think that the ICE ads are necessarily part of the evidence of that. I definitely understand what you mean. It's kind of an unadulterated explanation, not something affected by outer forces. Yeah, which I like to hear. I really do. The teenagers walking out of schools, protesting and getting in trouble for it. Teachers and principals saying that their lives are not above being in school or whatever the fuck that is. Yeah. If you aren't anti-ICE, you're pro-ICE. I disagree. We don't live in a world where we take positive stances based on the negativity that we or the lack of engagement that we do. Like most of the U.S., I believe, is not anti-sweatshop. We are struggling financially. We do poorly overall with trying to get ahead in our families, in our real estate. Some places, obviously, like real estate's not as constrained as the TikTok algorithms would have us believe. There are definitely places that you can live. We just need to be more mindful that the places that are affordable are generally not in the big cities. And when you see a big city content creator saying, look at how awful things are as far as affordability, those people refuse to look outside of their bubble. But I bring that up because when an idea is presented in a certain way, like affordability, it really does make the world, or at least the US, look like there's a very specific singular crisis in economy that could only be affecting urban life and not be affecting like heartland life, or, you know, move to North Dakota or Wyoming, and I'm sure or Nebraska, things are going to be very different as far as affordability goes than if you're trying to live in LA or New York. That said, it is hard to live in the US, and we do have a hard economy right now, and I think tariffs are a big part of that negativity. So people do like cheaper goods, and we're willing to do things like delegate off certain types of labor, certain factories, certain companies, certain ecological what's the word I'm looking for? Ecological regulations on a business, as long as those things are happening in some other country, somewhere else in the world. And then when they get to us, not necessarily sweatshops, not necessarily child labor, but something that makes the products cheaper so that we have an opportunity to be able to still buy cheap goods and get things at the lowest common denominator. Not saying Temu, but something between Temu and you know, the fair trade, very high priced alpaca sweatshirt or sweater companies out there that want to charge you like $80 for a piece of apparel, sort of shit. We like cheap goods, and we're willing to turn a blind eye. Majority speaking, Americans like to turn a blind eye to their justice when it comes to, well, I just want to make my family subsist, and if I'm rich, then I will care a whole lot more about social agendas. But right now, I'm just trying to survive, and in which case, some bad labor will survive. And in that, I mean to say, just like not being anti-ICE, not being anti a bunch of things, is generally the preferred state for most people, I feel. When people don't take an anti-stance, they're not taking a pro-stance directly, but they are saying that the anti-stance is too painful for them to stay in, and therefore they're going to stay outside of being negative, because being negative has a personal negative impact. And I wouldn't say ideologically that puts them in the pro category, because we are all walking contradictions. We don't hold the ideologies all in a checkbox or all along a spectrum, such that you can say, if you're against this, therefore you're pro the other side. People can be against both sides, or just be so ambivalent or so removed or so constrained in their lifestyle that they don't want to hold to one specific idea or the other. That's my take. What do you guys think? If you're willingly placing their ads on your airwaves, that's not really anti-ICE or even neutral, in my opinion. I do think that companies that receive money from the government to place ICE ads are thinking more about the money that they're receiving than they are about the social implications of getting more people into ICE. I really do think that. Yeah. Happy Friday, Jam. Good to have you here. Hello, Rush. Nice to have you here as well. I do appreciate you for explaining that. That being said, with your good points you've made, I respectfully disagree in the case with Spotify specifically. Well, and from what I understand, and I'm not arguing this to exonerate Spotify, I believe what I've learned about the CEO on doing some deep dives off stream is the CEO is decidedly rightist, right? He has an ideology. He is sort of pushing for the MAGA, Trump, get these people out of here kind of ideology, which, by the way, is also very anti-GOP. The GOP historically, the right, the Republican Party historically in the U.S., at least for the last 40, maybe 50 years, has been about creating labor force, free capitalism, free market, as minimal restrictions as possible, and honestly turning a smart, sharp eye to people who are here without proper documentation or illegally or whatever you want to say, that we turn an eye to them. That is very regulatory. That is high regulatory. That is high government spending. That is a very democratic way to look at the world. And it's very bizarre to me that people like the CEO of Spotify or Trump or anybody would be so incensed to try to get out the cheapest, most exploitable labor in this country. Now, I'm saying it from their point of view. Obviously, I don't hold this idea that it's smart to exploit or put people under your thumb so that you get the cheapest labor you possibly could. But at the same time, it's like, what do you stand for then? Are you really standing for free economy, for liberty, for all the things that you say the left is constraining? They're trying to take your money. They're trying to tax you. They're trying to build too many government systems. And then you go and you spend a shit ton of government money. And then you get rid of a bunch of people who, one, can't receive most of the governmental infrastructure that they claim they can. So they're already pouring into the system more than they're getting out of it. If you're illegally here, you cannot exploit the system for more than what you are putting in with your income tax, sales tax, everything that you have to pay in just to be around and in here. the cost of being in the US is vast. And then because you have to stay under radar, you're incredibly exploitable. And is the left more exploiting illegal immigration, or is the right? I have never heard a single MAGA or a single GOP person in the last 10 years mention that maybe the people who are really allowing illegal, undocumented workers to thrive, what political bend they might be from or where they might be from. There's a lot of it in agriculture. Are most farmers and agricultural workers left-leaning or right-leaning? Weird, right? And who paid for a big bailout for big agriculture? Trump. So he spends like a Democrat. He spends crazy money. He tries to remove people from the free market capitalist exploitation system. And yet everybody's in lockstep with him on the right when that was never the party's platform. It's so, I just can't understand their solidarity. And then I see shit like Hassan, and I'm sorry, I'm going on a weird tangent here, but I'm just going to say it. People like Hassan and his movement of far left, like almost tanky left, saying they would never vote for Harris. They would never support anybody who has such a weak stance on the Israeli-Palestine conflict, the conflict in Gaza and everything. And that they're comfortable removing themselves from support of the left as long as they're not directly supporting the right, that they're morally comfortable in that phase. And I know I said earlier, if you are not anti something, it doesn't mean you're necessarily pro something. But when it comes to the Electoral College and voting, and especially for winning an election with the presidency, there really isn't a third party, right? There really isn't I'm taking a neutral stance and therefore somebody will win. Generally, if everybody voted, the left would win. And if people abstain, the right wins. And Hassan led an entire entourage of people who decided to abstain in this last election as a result of, we just don't ideologically agree enough. You didn't check enough boxes for our version of the left. And I think that's problematic. So it's really bizarre to me that the right would be so high regulatory, high government spending, high removing of the most exploitable, cheap capital labor you could use in a free market capitalist society, and then still be considered right and conservative and Republican in this country. It's baffling. There is some schism. There is some schism when you look at the... What? Hi, Oz. Are we already passing out, Oz? Welcome. Welcome, all of you. You gobbos.
You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
I'm so tired. I don't feel good. Oh, yeah. Go relax. Go unwind and be a human that is not in front of a camera and trying to stream. I'm going to go die. Maybe not that word, but just do be more human than what you can be on a stream. I'm sure your audience appreciates that you gave it a shot and you did try to start a stream, and that you were also honest with them when it was time to not do that thing anymore. We're talking politically tonight instead of actually playing Hilux, but you know, that's how we do it. I'm going to practice the forever sleep. That sounds better. Just I wanted to just be practice, please. Yeah. Anyway, Gobbos, thanks for coming in. If you are here for the long haul, get comfy because we're just starting the flying version, or the flying act of Hilux. If you... No, Oz, why didn't you know? Oh, no. I had just a little splash of water, and I decided to show the audience how little water I had, and I dumped this... I dumped this slightly too much, and I spilled water all over my keyboard, so I hope my keyboard still works. I totally thought this was completely empty. There's just enough of a splash. I'm gonna go grab. Sounds like you need more. Yeah, I do need more water because I dumped it all over my keyboard. I'm gonna go grab some more water. Akai has not been a bad influence. Akai has been perfect content for tonight. I will. Let me back up all the way. By the way, speaking of things that are so tired and practicing the long sleep. My key light will not turn on. So it is sleepy. Let's catch up with chat and I will go do this triple self-care shortly afterwards. Yeah. Personally, companies like Spotify specifically that I hold the stance with, I would agree with Spotify. Target I don't know enough of. I do feel like from what I have heard, they've just been greedy and not holding a stance. But I don't know enough to say. If somebody proves me wrong on that one, I'll gladly shift my stance. I've heard that the Democrats back illegal immigrants because they vote Democrat. That's what the right purports, right? And that's a pretty hard claim to counter, which makes it interesting politically. And I wish the left would engage in the conflict more. I'd be so curious to hear what it is exactly that they would have to say as far as a negative stance to that, or like what could you say, what could you do to counter the concept, because politicians need backing, and most of a politician's job, especially in Congress, is to beg for money. Most of your career is spent begging for money. It's certainly not reading the plain text of a law. And so when the right says you just want more bodies who are going to come in and vote for you, and when we try to say they can't vote, you get all upset like it's a humanitarian crisis because we're undercutting your illegal voting base, the left has not created a good enough argument against that, in my opinion. Otherwise, the right would back down. They wouldn't keep saying that. So left, do better and figure out a better way to counter that particular argument. Not that you should be countering arguments all day, because the right has a million fallacious arguments that they'll probably run through in an attempt to keep the left embattled so that they can't say anything that is a positive stance. What the left should probably do if they want to win against the right is enable or enact more positive stances, because the right almost has none. Most of what the right has stood for in the last couple of years really has been, we hate this, we don't want this, look at how bad the left did this. It's all negative stances and no positive stances. They don't stand for any fucking thing. They certainly don't stand for making America great, because they spend crazy money overseas and support candidates of other countries, and just an intense amount of overseas and non-American enrichment. So the right is definitely not making a positive stance for Americans, especially, I mean, single-payer healthcare. What will the right say about that? Fucking nothing. Never. So obviously they don't have a positive stance, but the left could win if they had more positive stances and don't engage with too many of the right's negative attacks on the left. But that is one that I wish I heard more, or a better salient argument from the left to say they can prove that they do not depend on illegal votes. This is the road to go down. I've missed this, Damien. Thank you, Jam. I've missed this, me too, honestly. See, the issue I've always had with politics in general is the people involved are always persuaded with enough cash. That's politics entirely. We had this guy. He was here for probably only like 12 to 20 streams. And we started to get into this topic. It was on a discourse night. We're starting into this idea of what is lobbying? How does lobbying money change or coerce the course of our politicians? And this dude stepped in and started to talk about how lobbying did not exist, how illegal it was, how there was no such thing as paying money to sway a public employee's opinion and policy stance on things. And when I did research on this guy, he's not here anymore, so I'm happy to talk about him behind his back. This guy's a fucking politician. He is a figurehead in a what's the word I'm looking for? Just a minor party. It's not Democrat or Republican. It's sort of one like a splinter, or not splinter, but just like just a small time party. And he's been working in politics and as somebody who's been trying to be a figurehead and piercing force to integrate his tiny party into American politics. So no fucking wonder somebody who's in the system will say, don't look at money being spent on or around politicians as possibly corrupting. That's not a thing, but also spend lots of money in our direction so that we can subsist off of your interest in swaying our opinions. Crazy. Yeah. It's always left a bad taste in my mouth, so I'm not really sure what to call myself. Anti-corruption, that would be a lovely thing to say. Anti-fascist is the best that I've possibly come up with. I would agree that, in fact, I would argue that most people, except for the forever Trump army, is really quite anti-fascist, and that most of the U.S. at least is, it's not our MO. The thing with fascism is that nobody who decides to side with fascism will ever probably admit to being fascist. What was the Italian phrase when Mussolini was in office? Something about the trains being on time. And the idea was, and this is back to the idea that morality is sort of this scale, that you have negative values, you have positive values, and they're all on one number line. And if you add the negatives and you add the positives all together, it ends up turning into something that overall you can judge and say, well, yeah, there's some bad things. We lose all these freedoms. We lose contentious ideas. There isn't a group of people who are weighing in on something. We just sort of offload all of our liberty to just one person's ideology, and that kind of sucks. But the trains are on time. And that's cool. When you have absolute power in office, you can really coordinate some things very nicely. How shitty is that? That's the problem with fascism, is it will never call itself what it actually is, right? Let's catch up with chat here, yeah. Whoa, where was I? They basically got rid of DEI. DEI is one of those things that can be seen as incredibly negative if you don't understand the reasons why it's being implemented. And if you are standing for a nation which holds to a certain political concept of who are the people that live here, what is their culture, what does the character of this nation look like, they can dog whistle all this shit in and say DEI is against the very fabric of how we were founded or what we started with, which is, it's absolutely bullshit. But it's going to appeal to a certain group of people that feel scared and marginalized because they had all the power and now they have 5% less because it's getting distributed slightly differently. And that starts to feel like an erosion. It starts to feel like a backdoor from the golden age where everything was good for just you and yours. And I can see why they're scared. It's a bullshit reason, but I see what it is and why they start to clamor now to hold on to everything that they still have instead of letting any further erosion go. Selfish as fuck, but I understand why they're doing it. The target here at least turns anyone away who is a protester, and they allow ISIN to nab people, directing them where to go in the store to find them. Wow, that's my take on that. That's crazy. Yeah, if Target is just like, yeah, that's cool, go ahead, do your thing here. We fully support the type of activity that you're up to, and do that on our premises. We're not going to get in the way. That's not a negative stance, right? That's not, we're being neutral and, whatever happens around us happens. That's a pretty positive stance. One of my roommates works there and talked about some crazy shit going on behind the scenes. Managers watching surveillance, looking for people to report. So do they get a payout or something? Like, why spend your work shift doing that? Might just be a racist manager. Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess if they have other motivations. I have no proof of that, but most of them turn out to be citizens, as is the normal go about it. Yeah, I do need water. I will go get water. I promise. Mussolini made the trains run on time. Right. Randy Damien, that is funny, man. I agree. I'm gonna go do the triple self-care that I was set out to do. I will go do that, and we'll come back. But yeah, if I start talking again, it's I'm not gonna go do the self-care. Let me go take some self-care time, and we'll be right back.
I think I'm falling in love with mom. My mom, but character mom.
Somebody clip that. Oh my god.
Nobody clipped that.
Clip.
I'm clipping it.
Clip it.
God damn it. Oz is all over it. I can feel.
The China interior is so different. That's cool. I can appreciate that in some regards. Can I read a document? Climatology thesis. Applied climatology for stellar body observation by Dr. A. Young. Chinese Climate Initiative, CASA. This thesis details advanced climate study techniques for application to non-Earth objects, utilizing the advanced technological strides made as part of the observation mission through the use of machine learning. I use male gaze and... Oh, thank you for the nice. Always makes
Sorry, I just want to flex my points.
I fucking love it. I use male gaze and purely...
Oh, motherfucker. I might do it again now. Fuck. Sorry. Okay, I'll save the rest of mine.
Dude, it's one of my faves. I love it. I made that one myself.
Legend.
I use male gaze in a purely academic sense. I'm curious about that. Tell me you don't love it too. That's why you keep buying it. It's so good.
This just proves that people steady watch your shit, man. It's not easy to get 10,000 channel points. And I know that because even my people who view my shit the most struggle to spend that many channel points.
Godbert too. Thank you. Thank you all for the... Or we had at my high school we had a lot of both IB AP classes, and kids were like pushed into those classes. So like whether they were really good at school or not, their parents made them. And for the kids that weren't that great, they sometimes they had to sit with private tutors to sort of like push them into those spots. And there was just like a lot of pressuring.
$135. Thank you for your contribution to the Book of Crow and the religion.
What's her name?
No, this one again. I promise we need to delete that one. It's not a great clip to be showing. Okay, right. Triple self-care. So water got it, and I will not dump this upside down while trying to show you how empty my cup is. I shouldn't do that in the first place. If I have an empty cup, I should just tell you my cup is empty instead of showing it on the screen and then turning it upside down. Because when I do that, sometimes I forget that there's a little bit of water in it, and then I dump it all over my keyboard, and now this whole area is wet, and I don't. It's just uncomfortable. What's wrong with just using your words, D? Just tell people. Just say, hey, my cup's mostly empty, or I think it's empty, or it's dark in here, but it looks empty. It's dark in here because I still can't turn on the key light here, and I don't know what's wrong. If somebody wants to troubleshoot it with me, I'm happy to do so. Well.
Stuart Mullen just subscribed.
13 months. That's more than a year of Prime, which you could have used on literally anybody else, but you used it on me. Stuart, I, Oz, and the Crotch Goblins all appreciate you supporting our little household in subsisting a little bit more for another month until we figure out how to really fund this household on content creation. Thank you. Let's catch up with where we were. Oh, question, because I was thinking about this when I went off to go find water and we took a little bit of a break. Hello. You're streaming right now? Oh, no wonder. Yeah, no wonder my views are where they are. I don't want to say low or high. Just yeah, clearly some people who would be watching me are probably watching Stuart right now. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Please enjoy. Stream away. Have fun. I was thinking, by a show of hands, of emoji, of say things in chat, when we're done playing games similar to Mother, and on Saturdays, when we're done playing Prey and the other Myst games, should we do like reactions and commentary and news and politics? Have I created an audience that would be more preferential to seeing a stream that's more like strictly dedicated to that than like going back and forth between wonky games that you could watch somebody else play that probably has no opinions except how to play a game, and I focus more on like discourse with actual things that affect our lives in ways that aren't just games. Just curious what y'all think. Yeah, getting back to everything that we were just discussing. Need to get out of this country. Troy, you're one of the few people that can, and I appreciate that you are looking into the possibility of that just in case. It's we're all proud of your superpower. I have to wait till after the midterm vote. That's probably a smart idea. The midterm vote is so up for grabs on the left now. If the left does not secure a significant portion of the midterm vote, it is proof that the culty and religious and other signaling on the right, especially those signals that would say ignore anything PDF file related, ignore anything misogynistic, ignore the ways in which your leadership and administration do not align with your faith, and just fucking make it work so that you're a monoculture. That would be impressive as fuck. And if the right was able to do that, the left really needs to do some soul searching, because the one thing I do see as a negative with the left, and the one fear that I see that doesn't get described often enough with bigger content creators on the left or talking about the left, is that the left is too splintered. There are too many people that believe in litmus tests, in purity tests that say, if you can't match 5 of my 10 checkboxes, we are unaligned. You are anti the things that I stand for the most, and we cannot reconcile our differences to defeat a greater bad on the other side. What did Clinton do? What did Obama do? They unfavorably and unpopularly reached across the aisle a bit so that the independents, the undecideds, the centrists, the real centrists, not the right masquerading as centrists, had somebody that they could sort of glue to or cohere to and say, probably not these guys. I guess I will go with these guys. And without that game, you have people like Bernie. Sanders was really somebody that was not willing to capture the middle. And I feel like that was part of what, obviously there's DNC issues as well, but I do feel like he was not willing to capitulate. He didn't come at his constituents and wink and nod and say, hey, I'm going to say some shit for the next 2 years, or not 2 years, but next, I don't know, 8 months or whatever. Give me 8 months where I'm going to wink and nod at you guys. We're going to do some shit just to fucking win this. I'm going to say some shit because we need to capture a broader audience. And I want you all to just come along with me. Let's make this happen so that we can win some shit. He was too devoted to his ideals. And anybody that supports not playing dirty pool to win, I think when you lose, you deserve to lose. Just saying. Hi, Rod. How's New Home Life treating you? I'm exceedingly excited for this act of your life, and I couldn't be happier. For everything, that the disability, the whole shebang is just, I'm so on your team right now. This is my favorite phase of your life. Not that I know all of the phases of your life, but this is a really great one for Rod. Yeah. That was such a disturbing Xfinity ad. What happened in the ad? I'm just curious. I don't watch my own ads, so that midterm is going to go hard. I hope it does. Even Texas is flipping blue. Honestly, like the places where people come together, and this must say something about humanity that I can't understand why this is not more widespread across the internet, across algorithms, so that people understand it. When you bring people together, when you get them close enough to see each other's lives, things move to the left of the spectrum in American politics anyways, for our version of right and left. You distance people, you keep people separated and siloed and believing things about people they've never fucking met in their lives, and they move more to the right. What does that say? There's an ignorance to the right, and there is not an enlightenment, but a realization, an understanding, a reception of information on the left. That's really hard to argue. That is wild to me. That part. It's not the only left versus right fight in the country, but that one, yeah. The Texas has needed to be left for a long time anyways, because the right really is turning into let's build up the government. Let's make the government big. Let's cut the states' rights down and really give the feds immense non-checked power. And if Texas really acted like Texas and was like, fuck, the feds really want sweeping immense power over these 50 states, Texas would say, in Texas flavor, we don't want your overarching power. We want as much autonomy and liberty as we can afford in our current system. That seems Texan to me. Anything shy of that, anything where they give up rights and autonomy and independence to anybody in DC, any fat cat, any Yankee, and say, you guys determine stuff for us down here. That seems absolutely fucking insane to me. Does not seem Texas to me. Deep red Texas even? Curious about that. Interesting. Just here for anything you do. Oh, I love that. Thank you. That's very sweet. I've been talking to Mary about doing something like this. I think she might be considering it. I'd be curious to see, because Mary playing games versus Mary like speaking her mind. Personally, I'd love to see Mary speaking her mind more. Honestly, she's really good at ingesting the other side's thoughts and ideas too, which is rare in a human being to say, listen to what the other side says, contemplate it, concede to an idea, even if it's against your own ideology, if it's a good one. That to me is important. If somebody can say, okay, I'll grant you that to their opponent, that's huge. And I think Mary has that capacity. Not sure, maybe not, but I know I would watch it for sure. Excellent. Just got to wait on the county to remove the property taxes. Oh, cool. They'll usually do that between, or even if you've been charged taxes and it looks like you're going to pay, they usually will refund you if your status has changed. Yeah, it's usually not an issue there. Yeah. It was a kid boosting his PC with his phone? What? What is that? How do you boost your PC with your phone? And the kid suddenly got ripped like the Hulk? Wait, what are we talking about right now? But still with the teenagers had the parts of the body exposed. It was oh, the Xfinity ad. What the what? What on earth? She's been doing it more lately, or doing it more for sure. Excellent. That is unhinged. What is their angle? We left Xfinity. We had Xfinity in my neighborhood, and they were okay, but we had some problems, especially when Mary lived here, and it was her, Oz, and I were all streaming at the same time. We had a reasonable amount of upload speed. I think it was like 15 Mbps, which is like, they say that should be enough for 3 people. Because they say most streamers usually require like 5 Mbps. Oh, hang on. I think I'm getting a knock on the door. Hang on. I think that's an Oz. Because I'm sipping your drink.
Give me a hug, but you didn't. That is so little bitty on your screen.
It's a small thing. I know. Hey everybody, it's a nose.
Hello. I'm giving D the rest of my soda that I am absolutely not going to finish because A, it's time for bed, and B, I already brushed my teeth.
Yeah.
But I want to say goodnight and give you the soda and say goodnight. You want me to see if I can get your light to work?
Sure.
Because I seem to be able to get your lights to work usually.
Sure. You can give the light a shot. Not that one. It's the key light.
Not that one.
Oh, not the ring. The key light's the rectangle. That's the one that's not powering. And I don't know what the flashing it means when you try the power button on it. Yeah. It's a mess. Where do we leave off? I don't have good experience. Oh yeah. So yeah, the Xfinity experience was poor for us. We were just, I mean, it was just, honestly, it was the only thing we had. The only thing we had was Xfinity. Nobody else was doing broadband in our area. The next highest internet wasn't anywhere close to high broadband. I think it was AT&T, and it was something like 30 Mbps down and like between 2 and 5 Mbps up. And we were paying about the same price that was for AT&T. We were paying Xfinity for 15 up and a gig down. So it was like completely, it was like apples and oranges. It's like impossibly unrelated. And then, surprise, surprise, and by no fault of us, there's nothing we could have done to do this. AT&T just randomly decided, we love your neighborhood. We're bringing trucks and we're going to dig trenches in everybody's front yard, and we're going to bring fiber down into your neighborhood. How did that happen? Why us? No idea. But when they brought fiber, it was a gig down and a gig up for a reasonable price. Actually, for less than Xfinity, for an incredible amount more upload, which is what us streamers were hoping for, and for less money. And I told Xfinity, I was like, hey, yo, just to give you guys the benefit of the doubt, here's what your competitor has done. They've spent money, they've dug trenches, they're laying cable, and they're charging us this after they've done all of that. What do you have? And they talk to their, I talked to a customer service rep, and he's like, oh, let me escalate this. Let me see. Let me talk to my manager and see what we can do for you. They had nothing. The thing that they offered was just some stupid promo for bundling. We would have had to buy some, 500 useless TV channels from them that we would never watch in the first place. And then it would still be more expensive. It would just be, cheaper for all things bundled together. But I was like, no, you guys have no bargaining chip. If you talking to your manager, this is the best you can do, and you're still nowhere near being able to, can we get symmetrical up and down? Huh? What? Love you. Can't find anything to fix it. Okay. Yeah, if you message me or whatever, then I'll try implementing whatever you find. Bye. Good night. Yeah, so we left. I mean, and this is the way we are. Our family is brand loyal, anti-loyal, unloyal. We just don't. There's nothing that your company or your name, your brand will ever do that we will stay with you because of the history we've had, the experience that we had in the past. If somebody is undercutting you significantly in cost, or if somebody is significantly offering higher level service, there wasn't a single Xfinity service that offered higher level upload speeds. None. So we couldn't even barter with them. Hey, could we just get a gig upload? AT&T was offering a gig upload, and instead they offered us a bundle. I was like, you've got nothing. You've got nothing to bring to the table whatsoever. So we left without question. And I still periodically get reach outs from Xfinity. Like, hey, we really miss you. We're not willing to do anything that you want, but we miss you. Just sounds like a toxic ex. Hey, I know I was really shitty to you when we were in our relationship. I haven't promised to change my ways, but I just miss when we used to be able to make out. Okay, cool. Well, you still haven't changed, so. Also, I am married and 2 kids in, so, I don't know what you could possibly put on the table to make me sacrifice that at this point. Good luck. Lord. Are we ever going to play Hilux tonight? I don't know. We'll see. Where do we live off in chat? I've had a negative opinion of Comcast for ages. Oh, yeah. So Xfinity or any other name still. Yeah, Xfinity is just Comcast, right? Just a subsidiary. We had better luck with Brightspeed. I don't know about Brightspeed. Wherever I've lived in the past, we didn't have that as an option. Because I've always searched. I'll look at every competitor. I don't care if I don't know your name. And this is true for everything, right? So here's another good example too. And I think this is important to mention because a lot of people don't think about this particular aspect of their lives in the same way. When it comes to where we place our money, we historically placed it in a credit union, because credit unions tend to treat their customers with more respect and with better values and rates and opportunities than your average bank does. And why are they able to do that? Because credit unions have some sort of limitation on membership. You can't just join most credit unions. You have to be Navy or education or living in a certain, there has to be some special criterion usually. And thanks to your special criterion that you have jumped into, they will give you 10 times higher savings rate or whatever. We were doing that for a long time. And then we started to look into the world of high yield savings accounts, or HYSAs. And we realized there are better places to put our money than the credit union that we've kept for so long. And we still kept the credit union just for any value that they might offer to us. But most of our money is saved in a high yield savings account. High yield savings accounts aren't just 10 times better than your average bank. They're not just 100 times better than your average bank. They're sometimes up to 400 times better than just a typical bank. In which case, if you're using Wells Fargo or Chase or whatever, any of these shithead dumbass places, why the fuck would you ever? They are almost useless. They are the worst possible choice, next to maybe just putting your money in your glove compartment or under your mattress and praying nobody's going to come rob you. Because I don't know why the fuck you would use a regular bank. I need to be blue pilled on those, because I don't know why people use banks. I've forgotten, or I don't know, or it doesn't make enough sense to me. Enlighten me why people would use just a regular fucking bank over something else. But yeah, we have jumped high yield savings accounts 2 or 3 times now. Three, maybe 4 actually. Why? Because high yield is up for grabs. There's always potentially somebody who's higher yield. And when you join a high yield savings account, sometimes that's a variable percentage and it will lower over the course of time. And then you go find somebody else who is trying to drum up business or starting a high yield branch of an existing bank, or for whatever reason, promo value, there's somebody else out there that can beat them. So we're not brand loyal in any way. Like, if somebody else is going to give us a better percentage or a better discount or a better service or better anything, fuck the other brand. I don't care who we could have. I was 17 years or something, a long ass time with Verizon. Long ass. And part of that was employee discounts when I worked for a company that made me a legal Verizon marketer, or whatever the term is, the people that sell Verizon services. We got a Verizon discount and we got crazy benefits. And then I still found a cheaper value with another company. And I was like, Verizon, what do you guys got for me? Here's your competition. So, win me back. And they said, well, this is what we can do. These are, cut and dry contracts, and this is the best we can do for you. It's like, bye. Thanks. Bye. There's no reason I will stay with you. I don't care how many decades of service I might have with you. I'm not going to stay if there's somebody better. You will not give me a reason except better service, cheaper products, whatever, something in that vein. Yeah. We have that. Took some work to find the company at that time. Yeah, I don't think we have Brightspeed here at all. By far, my worst experience was when I lived in Oklahoma and the main provider was Suddenlink. That sounds like a bad company just by the name. I don't trust that name. Yeah. They're so horrible as far as customer service. They also like to lie about the service provided. Jeez. I think the only places I develop loyalty to are restaurants. Even then, If a restaurant does me dirty, or if another restaurant is doing like better pricing overall and their food is also tasty, I don't know if I'll keep going back to that restaurant. If somebody's doing better. Yeah. That's usually a people thing. I mean, people to me is part of a restaurant experience, but so is food and so is cost. And food and cost matter a little bit more to me than people, especially because with restaurants, and this is not true of every service out there, but with restaurants specifically, I do feel that it's important to remember the people that interact with you in a restaurant treat you in a certain way because they want you to come back. That's not always the case, but I'd say the vast majority of people who befriend you, who work in a restaurant, own it, or work as a server, or whatever else that they do, their job requires them to befriend people. You do not own a successful restaurant being a dick. But if you parasocial that shit up, like you're a content creator or streamer or whatever, and you treat people like they're your friends, restaurants succeed. They might even succeed beyond what they normally could if the food was so-so. So-so food, but really, really friendly server. Some people will come back because they liked the way you parasocial to them. Sometimes a very yummy problem. I prefer yummy problems, really. Or a farmer? Wait, tell me more about that. Personally been using Fidelity lately, and it's so far been crazy better than any bank I've ever used. I was with Fidelity with a previous employer because we were granted stock. And when you're granted stock, sometimes the company that gives you stock, they force you to use their stock broker to grant you the stock, and I think that's why I had to sign up with Fidelity. They were really good to me. I would have stayed with them if I stayed with that company, but I did not. Yeah. Oh, we do have a US bank account, but it was because we needed something after we moved, and it was very easy to set up an account without a lot of hoops. Okay. But I wanted to shift it all to Fidelity. Oh, cool. That's who I work for? Oh, sweet. Oh, and the fraud division. Oh, that's fun. Fun stuff. Farmer response was toward the, credit union thingy. Yes, you could be a farmer. Yeah, that's true. For me, for the credit union that Oz and I got into, I got into an educator's credit union without being an educator. I think they were smaller at the time that I signed up for an account with them, and they were receptive to students in the same region of service as well as educators. So it was this idea of, we're going to grant this system the specific beneficial support that will help out the teachers and their students of this area. And I think it worked out really well. It was not the best. It certainly didn't end up winning over and keeping us forever. But compared to, I think before that, I was with, I don't even remember. It was a big bank. It was just one of the big banks. And I remember, getting like 0.01% on my savings, just something absolutely ridiculously lame. And like, there was not, the only thing that it was is if I got robbed, my money would be lost. And if they got robbed, my money was insured. That was it. They told me there's some other things there, like an interest rate and stuff, but it ended up, I'd get like 5 cents at the end of the year. Just like whatever else they said that they did for me, they didn't really do. It was barely anything at all. They just protected my money. And then I started to see there are other options out there. Yeah. I like Fidelity. The only complaint I have is how hidden the drip feature was. I'm a bit of a finance head, but I don't know the term drip. Can you help me understand that one? That's something that I haven't looked into. We have funds in the professionally managed account because we are newbies in investing. That's cool. Yeah. Didn't want to blunder it, and I specifically wanted to reinvest dividends automatically. I love that you use that term. Yeah. Dividend reinvestment is really cool. There's always one thing to keep in mind with dividend reinvestment, and that's that you look into the type of securities, bonds, stocks, whatever it is that you're reinvesting into. Some things do cost money to invest into. There's a business that I manage that has an investment strategy that if you invested more into it, it costs an upfront cost to buy, shares or portions into that. Now, not everything has maintenance costs, or if they do, that's maybe like a different beast or something. But I think every single type of security, bond, stock, or whatever has the possibility or the potential for upfront cost, maintenance cost, and exit cost. And you need to know which of those three things exist for how you're invested and if they're worth it based on what you are gaining out of or in the end for what you're doing. Yeah, for a lot of things, if it's honestly just like stocks or ETFs or that kind of stuff, a lot of that stuff, the maintenance cost is almost nothing compared to what you end up earning in the long run. And it really, most of those things really are like a long run. Don't look at them in short term, because most anything that's even if it's not volatile, you still want to look at it in long form. But it's really more about that. The entrance and exit cost thing, it's much more rare, but it's worth looking at making sure that that those things don't undercut what you're doing this for, and that you don't end up screwing yourself over or imagining that you're able to get, I don't know, like something crazy like 10% returns, but then you had a 2% buy-in or a 2% exit, and that ends up dropping down to 8%, and then you had this 8% loan on the side, and so it ends up like removing all of what you were doing this for in the first place, right? That kind of stuff. I've been talking with a broker specifically about this one problem, because there's this like taking out versus putting in problem that we have right now. And she says, why don't you just put in? And I said, I think putting in costs money, but taking out doesn't. So if we could do things, it's more complicated than I want to get into it on the stream. But yeah, it's stuff worthwhile to talk about, especially if you have somebody managing the whole account for you, then worth talking with them over the whole thing. I got my Fidelity account when I found out about their no foreign transaction fees thing, i.e. Can work well with Canadian currency. That sounds good. Derp is just that. Oh, the dividend reinvestment. Gotcha. Then also reimbursement on ATM fees. That alone is way bigger than people realize, depending on how much you use ATMs. I don't use ATMs at all. Not at all. So, that would, I would rather use it on, or I'd rather have a perk somewhere else, because that one would be lost on me. We have to use ATMs a lot, sadly. Gotcha. The good thing is, at least when it's professionally managed, you get to choose how risky you want it to be. You can do that with personal profiles as well. It just requires usually a little bit more research to get to that state. We have a moderate risk. What little we do have is in moderate risk. It's not mild, but we're not like pouring a bunch into Tesla and praying that Elon acts normal. It'd be stupid. Well, I don't know. Some people do that shit, but not us. Yeah. I don't think we could afford to do that anyways. Foreign and domestic stocks, but more importantly, bonds as well. Yeah. And stocks and bonds can sometimes have an inverse relationship too, right? Depending on the bond or the mutual funds, especially, right? Sometimes mutual funds will show sort of a negative correlation, like stocks are doing well, mutual funds might depress. But if stock market starts to crash, maybe mutual funds will do better. Elon normal? Yeah, not really. Never thought it would hurt those two words together. I can pull out cash at a Canadian ATM and be reimbursed. Nice. Have the local currency. The charge to my account is whatever the exchange rate is for the day. That's cool. Good shit. Oh, we don't judge on typos here. Yeah. really wasn't looking to drink a ginger ale. This is Oz's second ginger ale of the night. 2. Interesting. But she decided to go this way. Okay. And then not, because she backed out of it. Okay. Shall we play some Hilux here? You judge yourself. Well, yeah, I would judge typoing judge with just, probably. Let's take a look and see what sort of armor we were going to get. Some Snosa. We don't want to replace the artificial bicep. We don't want to replace the head. But we do want to replace the poncho, maybe? This is weird. So the torso shell is actually better than the poncho? I thought the torso shell had no stats. But maybe it has more stats than the poncho? We're going to buy it. It's like almost nothing, and we have a shit ton of money now. So maybe it's going to end up being better. Now you've got poncho powers. Basically like nothing. Where is... Wait, what happened? I want you to have the artificial bicep. Is it that some Snowsa can't even wear the other type of armor? And that's why they wear the poncho? Because you have the torso shell. There's another torso shell. It's in the garb slot. It is. But when I go to garb here, there it is. It doesn't change anything. It said plus 40 or something. Whatever. We're just sticking with the poncho. I know it was a bit of a waste of money, but it was at least an understanding of like what we could wear and not wear. Clearly tired, not an issue. I'm also tired. Oz was so tired. She just noped out of her stream super early. I am also of a tired mindset too, but I wanted to stay as long as I possibly could. And honestly, I'm really pleased because tonight's stream and conversation so far has been so nice. It's been so rewarding for me. I'm like, I really did need this at the end of my day today. It has been multifaceted and one that I'm happy has played out the way it has at the end. It's gotten to be that time, sadly, early bedtime since the girlfriend has to wake up early. Oh, gotcha. You know, I appreciate that you synchronize up to some degree because I feel like there are a lot of people who just don't. And it can get really depressing when your partner, especially if it's a live-in partner, feels like a roommate because you're passing ships in the night. You're going to bed, they're waking up, you're having fun, they're trying to pass out, or vice versa. There's a despair in that feeling. This idea that I just want to be engaged with you, I just want to share life with you, but my life is over here on the clock and your life is over here on the clock, and we're just not syncing up except in like little overlaps. It can be really awful. So I do believe in trying to live closer to the same overlapping schedules as much as possible. Yeah, it feels nice. Doesn't the poncho have a debuff on it? Bad juju? Oh, bad juju is actually the juju thing is a good thing. That's an accoutrement. And this allows you to create bad stuff on your opponent. 20% chance to inflict poison. So that's separate from the garb itself. Yeah. I do miss my late nights, but it's been nice waking up early and seeing the sun for a change. So this is the insanity about my schedule since I started working for myself in content creation at the beginning of this year, which has been great, but weird at the same time. And that is that I wake up somewhere between 5 and 6 a.m. all the weekdays. But then on Fridays and Saturdays, the time that makes the most sense and that works the best logistically to stream is this phase where I would normally be, 4 or 5 hours away from waking up. Now I'm just like in the middle of a stream. And so my schedule is really, really off kilter. It's very late on 2 days and very early on 5 days. but it's working in its own sort of way, and I don't know how I would change it just yet. At least right now, and at least with the age that our crotch goblins are, this seems to make the most sense. Late nights are peaceful and quiet, though. I do agree. The Teddy and I have schedule conflicts lately. It sucks. Yeah, it does. It does. We end up waking up at 5 a.m. every weekday for her to catch a bus. That's dedication, but I love that. Okay, this guy has our weapons. A fork could do Wayne better than the duck blade, but some Snosa can't wear it. And why do I have the duck blade? Oh shit. I don't no. Cancel. Why? I wanted the duck blade on Wayne for a reason. Small chance of lowering the target's mightiness, and it's really not a lot of mightiness down on my side of things. I think we're okay. Can we sell you some of this other shit? Because we have things that I don't really necessarily want to hang on to. Parasite Crystal, Bestial Axe. Do we sell the Bestial Axe? I think so. I don't think anybody else. Well, hang on, because we might find a fourth person, to be honest. So maybe we'll hang on to some of this shit. I don't need the money. Right now, I'm just sitting on extra money for nothing. So maybe we'll just chill. I don't know if this is a 4-person game or if it's three people together. Right now, it's just 3 of us. And maybe I'll just leave it that way. There's no reason to sell. What we are going to do is save, and we're going to go explore all the places in the world that we could not before we could fly, because there's a lot. There's so many cool things to see. Yeah. I think I'm not centered. I need to be more over here. Means I probably need to fix my camera because this is off center for me. But it's a living. Now that the snow is finally seemingly fricked off, it's quite nice again. This is why we won't live where there's snow, because snow is beautiful and we love to visit it. It's really, really nice to do snow sports and just play and goof around in snow. But the vast majority of what adults do in snow is chores, and we have way more chores than we want. So I really super don't want to do more choring. I'm happy with the amount of choring that we already have to do. Not happy with, but I definitely don't want more seasonal chores than what we've already got going on. So keep your snow, and we'll go visit it. We can travel to snow. Doesn't take too much to travel to snow. I wish I didn't find out about the controversy around Mewgenics. Mewgenics? I can't even recommend it anymore without feeling somewhat icky. I don't even know what you're talking about. Is this a bug? Can some Snows eat this? Hell yeah. Eating bugs is delicious. And it increases my might, so all the better. All the better for me. Hello, friend. Are you going to be a fight, or are we friendos? Oh, it's the newest game from The Binding of Isaac. I've heard good things about Binding of Isaac. I have a lot of friends who played through it that really enjoyed it. So what's the controversy, if I may ask? I get snow for a week a year? Yeah, exactly. Like here, that's probably the maximum amount of snow we will ever see in Georgia. And I'm totally comfortable with that. I love being in a place that gets snow. I don't like the places that don't get any snow at all. But I don't want to do snow chores, and you can't make me want to do snow chores. There is nothing rewarding enough about snow to live in it. If you say it's the snowboarding, it's the peace, it's the quiet outside, and it's the sledding, and it's the ice skate, I can do that shit. I can drive somewhere, I can fly somewhere, and we can make it happen. I don't want to live where I have to deal with the negative parts of living deep in snow. It's honestly a great game, very Final Fantasy Tactics-y, but with cats. Oh, cute. I've never played Final Fantasy Tactics, but I've played games in the genre, and I do love that genre, even if I'm bad at strategy. I love it if the game is not too hard. If the game is hard, I'll probably nope out. Or if I can switch the difficulty level, that would be great. Also, a lot of permadeath. Oh, I don't know if I like that part. Psst, hey, I've got horse food. Oh, good. Because I know horses. Do I? Where are the horses? I might be persuaded to part with it for $3,000. Oh, I've got that shit. Deals like this come once in a lifetime. Yeah, give me your horse food. Where's their horse? Can I check your toilet? The contents are not useful. No, you know what that means. The controversy is who he chose to do some of the voices. I feel like that kind of sucks. They're considered terrible people these days. Now, is it that at the time he chose those voices, they were considered fine people for the era that was in? Or were they bad back then? So I guess there's three options, right? Option number one, developer, owner guy doesn't know voice actors. He just hired some prominent people in the industry. These guys have big resumes. They've got beautiful voices. I'll just hire them. Doesn't know about the controversy. He just hires them agnostically. That's one option, right? Option number two, they were kind people back then. They turned vicious afterwards. Controversy number three, and probably the most controversial, the one that would make the most sense in my opinion, really, is he knew who they were. They were that way when he hired them. And he's like, fuck yeah, these people are my tribe. We're all awful like this. And I want to support awful people. That, to me, would be, the place where it gets shitty. But I find that rarely seems to be the case, where somebody is overtly a shitbag and they want to hire shitbag people and say, like, yes, I will pay you big money. Be my Kevin Sorbo. Be my Candace Owens. Be a loud, annoying, awful voice that's very controversial. I want to pay you big money because I support people like you. Doesn't happen as often as we'd like to say. And again, the idea that you could hold somebody accountable for making a business choice based on that kind of stuff, or like they're not doing enough work to filter out people if they are like previously like that. That's a hard moral constraint to put on some people. Like, not everybody has that level or that bandwidth to do that kind of like filtration and homework just to get a project out. It's a roguelike type game. I'm warming up on roguelikes since we started playing Prey, Moon Crash. But roguelikes still are kind of annoying to me. Oh, sweet, a juice pack. Nice. Back then, they were your typical internet big names. Later, they became horrid people. Okay, so it was a later thing. He defended their actions. Oh, whoops. 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 Well, then that's... Oh, but then backpedaled. That's a bad look. If you can't stand for something, well, I mean, it depends on how you backpedal. If you backpedal and say, hey, I'm learning and I'm growing and my stance on this is evolving. I've talked with some experts. I'm learning some things. I've changed my opinion on LGBT, on Palestine, on healthcare. Come at us with some sort of, humility that you are learning and growing and you're a human being. I could see some exoneration there. But if you're just like, oh, hey, I said some negative things and you all got really mad at me, I'm super sorry and I take them back, you're probably just trying to get your money. Defended them without doing his research that they were arrested and labeled a sex offender, him saying they weren't. That's a bit weird. That seems like a weird stance to randomly take. No, they're fine. They don't do stuff like that. Just because they didn't do it to you doesn't mean they don't do stuff like that. I've made friends with people that didn't do anything bad to me that were bad people. And when it came to light, they were bad people. There's no way I'm taking the argument of, oh, well, they never hurt me explicitly, so how could you call them bad? Yeah, that's not a good take. That sounds like a lot of fuck up just the one guy's stance. New power. Oh, what is this? Learned illusion form. That sounds fun. Can we talk about what that is? Powers. We all got it by now, right? Temporarily change appearance. Oh, it's purely cosmetic. Oh, it doesn't cost anything. Shall we like try to play around with this? I'm just kind of curious what this ends up doing. Boop. On all of us? Yeah. Boop. Oh God. It did. Oh no. I'm a brain and a I don't know, Jello mold and I don't know what the last guy is. He looks like he's got a chicken carcass on his head or something. Do we? Oh, we look the same in the menu. How long do we stay like this? Oh, okay, and one of us is different already. This doesn't last very long. This is just for shiggles. Whoops. It came out wrong. Okay, well, thanks for the, I don't know, just for funsies power. Now, why would I land here? This is really just for fun. Do you know who Chris Chan is? I do, because I love going down a rabbit hole, and god damn, there's a rabbit hole the size of From Here to China about that one particular person. I've watched maybe like 3 or 4 different documentaries on that particular person. Because it's like a train wreck. Their life is like a train wreck, honestly. I feel kind of bad, but also they do stuff that makes me not feel bad. That's one of the names. Oh yeah, probably one of the most controversial ones. Yeah. There's a handful of others. Oh no. So is it, does this guy just like hire people for the controversy? Like he thinks maybe the more controversial the name, the more they will sell in some way. What is it? Hello? Because Chris Chan could sell by notoriety alone, but only to people that are like comfortable with the Chris Chan world. If you are a little bit deeper down that same rabbit hole, you're probably very anti them. You started working on the game way back before all this happened. Gotcha. But then you said the creator then defended and then backpedaled. That part's sloppy. Suppose it does draw attention. It draws attention, but I fear that you might shoot the moon on some stuff like that. Like there could be the chance that you get so much attention and too much of it is negative that you end up really ruining your project in the end. Then made that tweet. Let me see if I can send it to you. Okay, cool. Can I interest you in hot dogs? Ooh, or perhaps a spaceship key. Can we talk about the spaceship key, please? 99999. Maybe it is for a spaceship. How much you want to bet? This is the end game. Is we got to get to $100,000, and then we can afford to ascend your. Is this your spaceship here? It's beautiful. I love it. Hello? Oh, are you a fight? Oh, you're not a crazy fight, but also I didn't expect to randomly get in a fight with you. Okay. Well, you're dead. You're so low level, but I had to fly to get to you. So wouldn't you be higher level? Wouldn't you fly and find monsters way stronger and crazier than ever before? Maybe not. It's a whole Reddit post. Oh my goodness. Not the that's not the one, but that's one of them. Let me see. Well, let's take a look. Can we visit and see this come to fruition? If I hit browser on, what happens? Does it show the one I want? It does. I'm so happy. Okay. Edmund on the Mugenics voice cast controversy titled, What the Fuck? A little food for thought. If Chris R'd their mother, they would be in prison, be a registered sex offender, be barred from seeing her. Is this the developer, Edmund, here? That's not necessarily true. That is a weird logical fallacy. If I R'd somebody, the justice system would need to find me guilty to put me in prison. It would need to deem me worthy of being on the offender list and be barred from seeing. Yeah, all of this would be contingent on justice system finding proper evidence. We are in a innocent until proven guilty scenario. If he has sex with, or they have sex with their mother, they may have been manipulated to do so. May they have? With a gun to the back of the head in a video game. Where's the, I mean, if they are maybe like really mentally different, there could be some manipulation there, but that's still, there's some big hurdles there, even with a very neurospicy person, to say, I can talk you into this act. Seems curious, because I don't know much of this particular thing happening. They may have been manipulated into telling a fantasy story used to harm them. Maybe true. They may have imagined the whole thing. That's a lot of mays, but those are also mays that seem like you're defending somebody. You have to think of the optics on why you would want to create those scenarios. Why allow for all of those potential may statements unless you are trying to tell your fan base that you are open to a certain evaluation of circumstances that you don't have enough evidence to really speak on, in my opinion. I know most won't bother having doubt. What if I just walk into? We're talking about the guy that made what's besides Mugenics? What's the Isaac game? Binding of Isaac? Forget the name. Yeah, Binding. And his yikesy take on Chris Chan. Which I did not know he decided to do this. I know most won't bother having doubt, but why would you? Why would you bother having doubt? Now, if a bunch of people shit on somebody online they really don't know anything about and they're all just making like wild claims, fine. Like, say something about like, you all don't have evidence and you're making wild claims and you all are acting a fool. But this guy comes off different. His post hits different. This isn't, you're all being weird bullies with not enough information online. That's weird. He is coming off as defensive on what somebody might have or might not have done to their mother, and the like motivation behind it. That's the part that's like, why speculate like this? He's telling other people they're speculating, but then he's also doing it in reverse. And that smells really, really messy. Except to defend that he paid this person money to do voices. But don't defend that shit. Just say like, oh, yo, I just hired somebody with a big social media following, and I didn't understand it. I don't know. Bite that bullet. Why do you have to defend? Why not just bite the bullet? They were arrested, charged, and registered. Okay, well then, did that happen before this post and McMillan just had no idea or didn't do his homework, or like, what's the timing on this? Did all this happen after he made this post? In which case, he's just got to post a redaction. Like, oh shit, sorry guys. I said, you know, if Chris did the thing, all these things would happen. And then those things did happen. So I guess you all were right. You know, just swallow your pride. I don't know much about Chris Chan personally. I did not do a lot of research, but this little bit I looked into. Yeah, it's pretty disturbing. I think their logic very narrowly resembles our Earth logic. Somewhat. Even everyone in that post commenting was like, what are you doing? Just shut up and stop shooting yourself. Yeah, I'm kind of curious now what top posts kind of smell like here. What's up, newbie? Welcome on in. Weird response, not gonna lie. Yeah, it feels super weird. That post was made like 2 weeks ago. Oh, wait, really? Yeah, 14 days ago. Shit, you're right. This is all. I didn't know how breaking news this all was. I thought you were showing me forensic sort of shit. I'm the only mod awake right now. Do not have the manpower for this. This poor mod. They looked at this shit and was like, nah, son, not tonight. This is being locked for now. We'll discuss with the other mods about this when they wake up. This was 14 days ago and they haven't touched it since then. Oh, Mugenics is pretty new. Gotcha. Wooly, just shut the fuck up. .gif. 100%. Kenny just admitted he wanted to create the biggest nightmare blunt rotation by hiring all those voice actors. Funny. He deleted the tweet. Of course he did. Ed, just shut the fuck up. Yeah. No, dig up, stupid. Jesus Christ. Why even comment on it at all, dude? Seriously. He could just say nothing. Yeah. Since I need the pinned mod comment know where this is going, the politics that are being discussed around the game get talked about all the time here. Is it controversial now because it's a game you enjoy playing that's problematic? Anyone else can get called out any day of the week for dumb, enlightened, centrist takes and being a backdoor to endorsing bigotry. But is Edmund off limits because Isaac was good? Doesn't seem like it. It seems like everybody's jumping on his back for being a dumbass. This would be a really funny time to drop those photos of Wooly, Pat, and Paige hanging out with Chris Chan at a con. Oh, interesting. We talk about this. Fucking crossover episode with Wooly and Pat. Is this a thing? This page doesn't exist! Shit. So much for that. You can just keep your damn mouth shut, Ed. He found pills and ate them. Damn. You're putting a little too much faith in the justice system, especially after recent news. As soon as I saw Christine's name on there for the Chris Chan's potentially trans, I think there's some controversy on the mental state of this particular person. I knew this was going to be a shit show, but goddamn, the statement doesn't make it worse. Just stop digging. Yeah. Anyway. I bought the game, and now I'm like, I mean, yeah. The fact is, like, it's hard to go digging into all the ways in which your favorite people that make games and have already proven themselves in the marketplace, like what they do, and do you keep up with them and the politics and everything, or does it come out after you've bought the game or before or whatever? It's a lot. It's a lot. And a lot of us aren't comfortable keeping up with that level of mental bandwidth. We've all got shit to do, and to do unpaid work to try to understand where makes sense and doesn't make sense, to pay our money, advocate for whom, and all of that shit. Like, obviously, if something becomes viral and we act in a different way after the fact, that's different. But we can't hold ourselves accountable for policing everything that we ourselves do. We just, ultimately, we don't get paid for that shit. Yeah. I'm not sleeping anytime soon. I drank some coffee, hopefully on purpose. And it's good that you need to stay awake, or that you're going to stay awake for this. I hope. Definitely a blunder. Could have just said Chris isn't getting paid from the game now. Yeah. Could have just changed, like said, hey, part of the way that we do royalties here is contingent on a certain thing or whatever. I don't know. The problem with royalties payments with the game is those things are probably formulated well before big controversy. Although, I think a good royalty agreement would say, hey, if you come out as a shitbag in like year 1 after our project is done, I don't want my company supporting your lifestyle and your shit posts with our royalties. There should be some kill switches on royalties. Maybe. What do you guys think? It's like tenure with a teacher, right? There should still be some sort of regulatory pressure so that you don't just collect. I would think. Yeah, we're talking about Mugenics. Such a really well-made game, and the music is to die for. Oh, is the musician at least a decent person? I listen to the OST more than I even play the game. Oh, cool. Planet Ridiculon. Really sucks sometimes finding out things like this because it tends to ruin a lot for me. But then again, I prefer knowing in the end. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if you find out something, you can't go back, right? You can't just say, well, I'm just going to stay agnostic, or I'm going to live in this position where I'm comfortable giving them my patronage while also supporting the lifestyle that they are living this life in, doing these things that they're doing. Yeah, we just can't go back to that. Outsider here. People say Chris has announced that they went trans to increase the chance of getting a girl. It's hard to say. It's pretty hard to say. I know there's controversy around this particular person's transition, and I don't know enough beyond that to be able to say, therefore, we have an opinion on this stream. Just that I know dozens of non-controversial transitions, and this one is the one that I know that is controversial. But I also don't go around policing people's transitions either to be able to start collecting different cohorts. Yeah. I know nothing about this game. I'm just learning about it tonight. Yeah. That being said, I've listened to Chris Chan meows for an hour and now can determine whether someone has a Chris Chan cat in their cat collection. What the fuck? What does that even mean? We only have 2 cats, and neither one of them is Chris Chan. It's like politics is not really preferred to be neutral sometimes. Yeah, again, I go back to the idea that sometimes neutrality is a thing that is natural, is a natural state with who we are and what we are. And sometimes we get under fire for it, whether or not it's our actual position or what we really believe in or not. I wish people could hold their positions with less reproach from other people, but I do understand that sometimes if you understand both sides really well and then you formulate an opinion of non-engagement, that can be seen as its own advocacy of one side or the other. I have 140 fully written questions due pretty soon. Oh God. Yeah, okay, so you need the coffee. I'm procrastinating and suddenly have the urge to make a massive dent in it. Good shit. All right, get it done. So you collect cats in the game. Oh, in Mugenics. They're your units. You can give them classes and they learn abilities on the runs. Damn, okay. I have the ability to tune into any Mugenics stream and break the news to them when there's a Chris Chan cat in their house. Hey, so I hear something you probably don't want to know, but interesting. Okay. So we're in the spaceship. We've killed all the enemies in here. We don't have the money for the key, so I don't think there's anything we can do here. The spaceship requires a key. This is definitely the end game. So remember this. There's an end game. I probably $100,000 buy-in, and it is here on Circle Island or Q. What is this island? Looks like a sideways Q. We're gonna call it Q Island. What about this little place up here? Hi, bud. Let's save. It's been a minute since we saved. Make sure we saved. You can breed the cats and they can get genetic modifications based on exposure to certain things. Oh, they're just a bunch of EVs. Gotcha. Mutations or birth defects have inbred too much or whatever, hence the genetics. Gotcha. It's a pretty big grade too, but that's no match for procrastination. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I've procrastinated like 50% of my grade projects until the last night. In fact, I had one that I had to be at this class at 8 a.m. I started the project at 2 a.m. and finished at 6 a.m. I did 4 hours of work and I got an A+ on the project. Now, am I proud? Am I happy? Does it feel like a good thing that I did that? I felt ashamed when I got the A+. I didn't feel relieved. I felt like lucky. Like, damn, don't ever do this shit again because you will never get an A+ again, ever. And it's true. I definitely didn't, because I did try that shit other times in my life after that, and I never got that same outcome. When I did, oh, hey, Lycos. Hi. Good to see you. When I did a test run, I did go, hey, I'm here to audit your cats. The results are as follows. There's a Chris Chan cat in your collections. Sorry. Shit, I didn't see you were streaming. Rip the raid. Oh, did you raid in from Oz? Or what? But hi. Good to see you. Alternatively, what?
Lycos Menon just subscribed. Also hi, Re9 has had so many moments that fucked me up good.
Ooh, I'm excited. I have a lot of Resident Evils to catch up with, but I hear that 9 is really, really good. It does make me want to actually play this franchise, because I've only played 2, the remake, ever, and it seems like a good series of games, except maybe the action ones like 5 and 6. Yeah. Where do we leave off? Alternatively, also, there are likely no Chris Chan cats in your collection. Happy breeding. Yikes. Seriously, though, the music is great. A lot of it's kind of more darker, sadder. Oh, nice. I like dark and sad music. Or gross themed. Interesting. There's a song literally about poop, and it's so flippin' catchy. I was doing some RE9 on stream earlier. You were streaming? Oh shit. Let's go. Let's shout out Lycos. If you don't all already support one of my favorite streamers.
Can you maybe not circle me?
All of streaming. Please go. If you like my brain, you'll love Lycos' brain. You do have to get him to stop playing the game and start talking.
Okay, that was stressful.
He's a fine gamer, but he's a better
Not gonna lie, that was very stressful.
interlocutor. Yeah. Okay, where do we go? 12 hours of stream? Holy crap. I wish I had that kind of time, actually. I'm doing pretty good, all things considered, because I did it at the very last minute. It's due Thursday. Okay. But I don't know if I wait until later if I'll still feel like doing it. Honestly, if you've got the urge now and it's not the last minute, get as much as you can done now. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. RE9's really good blend of action and more traditional horror. I love that. Without spoiling it, it bounces back and forth between action and horror, having them be very distinct sections. Oh, appreciate that. Cool. The heck is this clip? I don't know. My clip player just plays from the entire library of all your clips. So, you know, it teaches some people to go back and curate something that they've left behind that they probably should have deleted a long time ago. I took off today for RE9. Oh, hell yeah. I haven't done that for too many games, but when I have, I've never regretted it. Not once. I can also identify other cats since Markiplier, Chills, Vsauce, and Moist Critical are in the pool. I don't know who Emaru is. Emaru is, I mean, she's, what is she? Like a personality streamer, would you say? She did play League of Legends back in the day, but I think most people just watch her because she is pretty and just talks. I know she's in sort of the greater what was it? What was their name? OTC or whatever group, and OTC got famous because big scandals happened, right? There was a guy who was manipulative and abusive of partners, and he and Emmy were dated for a little while. There's that guy with the shaved or buzz close head. What is his name? Tecton. I forget the name. Tectone. Who sometimes just has yikesy takes. Asmongold was part of it and funded part of the whole scenario, and you know he likes to say things to get attention. I know he's had some yikes he takes, that he swings one way and then shuffles back the other way. Basically, people that seem to be somewhat byproducts of their audience. Like they'll say something and their audience will egg them on. They'll say something further and then they'll get in trouble and then they'll say something way back in the other direction. They just sound like content creators to me. Just like people who are there for the shill, for the vibe. They look a certain way, they sound a certain way, and people just latch onto them because they do what they do. Yeah, Emiru seems sort of in that same camp. I've never heard her say anything that I've stopped and said, "Oh my god, you know, what a great mind! What a person I'd love to like get to know on a deeper level." Seems like one of a greater pantheon of people who are very large for reasons that I can't quite understand. Yeah, I'm playing it right now. Oh yeah, that's right. Stuart's streaming it right this moment. Really now, I must go to bed. Take it easy, Damien in chat. Thanks, Akai. I super appreciate the conversation so far. I know you said you were like derailing us earlier, but it's streams like this that make me want to stream, and that I think the audience is really here for. Games are games, but conversations like this just don't really happen widely across streaming platforms, and so I think we crave it. I crave it. I prefer to be in wheelhouses like this than just playing games with no interaction. Yeah, so I appreciate you. Thanks. It released Thursday, 11 p.m. It's now Saturday, 1 a.m. and I have 14 hours. Holy crap. That's a lot of playtime. You are taking breaks for health and personal, like, self-care, right? I shall try to tune in more later. Can't promise the schedule stuff. I mean, do your thing. I'm on VODs everywhere, and some of those VODs, like, never disappear. Some platforms, they delete shit, but other ones you can find me permanently and forever. So don't feel like you'll ever miss a stream for good. But it is always nice to catch you live. What's the present discourse? We haven't had a discourse stream in a long time. Since September, I did devote myself to trying to be more self-care-rific, and we've cut down live stream time significantly, which sucks. I hate it. I hate it. But if you want to see me 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and you all care about my well-being, and a lot of you say that you do, I am trying to accommodate for that. Stream less, sleep more, take care of myself and my family better. My health, my weight, my mental health have all been in slow improvement since September. And part of that was cutting the discourse nights. Although we did just talk earlier this evening, what if when we finished the Mother streams and we finished the Prey and Mist streams, we just open up Fridays and Saturdays to having just open conversations. And honestly, like, if there's a game in the background, there's a game in the background, but not worrying about what I play and not making the show about a game or a franchise or anything like that, but like literally just really focusing on having these conversations. Yeah. Give me my discourse night back. I mean, what I really miss, what I do love, I loved being able to create a panel show, but the amount of time and effort it took me to get other streamers on my show on like those Wednesday nights when I used to have the Brady Bunch squares and everything. That was such a slog. And everybody, when it was new, were excited. And when it wasn't new, they were not staying with me. They were not making it lastable after that, which sucks. That part really sucked. And I didn't have any incentive. I couldn't pay them. I couldn't make a reason for them to keep doing it with me, except, if you love this type of content creation. And I think a lot of people went back to something that they felt more comfortable with and left me to do discourses alone. Been taking some good breaks, 3 to 5 minutes every hour, good 2-hour break, halfway through today where I fully ended stream to go around the. Okay, cool. Yeah, there isn't really a discourse going on tonight in the stream so much. We were sort of putting the Binding of Isaac and Mugenics creator on blast for some loosey-goosey hiring practices, and then tried to defend those people that he hired, and then walking back the position that he was trying to defend them. It was all ugly. And then before that, we were just sort of generally talking about the concept of when a political stance is not well defended or rejected by you. Are you taking the opposite side? Do you need to take a very strong active stance in order to prove that you're not supporting the other stance, or in your lack of strong position, or your commitment to neutrality, are you enabling one side or the other? That's a good question. That was the one before we were talking about the whole eugenics issue. I found a super local bakery that specializes in sourdough. One thing I love about sourdough is the reason why sourdough is sour is local air bacteria, which is why every sourdough in every place on the planet will taste slightly different from each other, because the bacteria cultures in the air are going to be different here and there and elsewhere. Good shit. And sourdough is just tasty. Straight up out of someone's home kitchen. Oh, nice. Extremely good whole bread with extremely good whole ingredients. No preservatives, besides a bit of sea salt, if you want to call salt for flavor or preservative. Got me some garlic rosemary sourdough loaf today. God, that sounds really good. It's too bad bread makes you fat. Okay, what is this building and what am I doing here? It looks very crowded and there looks like a lot of different people here, and hopefully they're all friendly. Hi, fish. Shall I recite the music tutorial? Oh God, what is this going to be in here? Dough of Theseus? I mean, in some cases, not all sourdough is based off of like you do a starter and then you keep making this. But that's true. That's true. And because bacteria in the air does change over the course of time, like it's not always going to be the same live cultures floating around in your airspace. That does mean that today's sourdough and a year from now sourdough could not possibly be the same mix or the exact same identifying characteristics. You just can't make it happen. So very much Theseus. For those who don't know, because that's could be kind of a random reference. There's a philosophical quandary about a ship of Theseus that when you sail a ship in the waters, it incurs bits of damage and requires bits of maintenance. And the question is, over the course of time that you have a ship and you commit these changes to the ship, you replace a mast, you hammer in a new floorboard or whatever. Imagine, project yourself to some point in the future where every single piece of this ship of Theseus has been replaced with some other new piece. Is it still the ship of Theseus at this point? Or is it a new ship because not a single component of the original ship remains? That's an interesting thing that could be, you could project this out to people or other stuff and say, we replace our cells and the contents within those cells and organelles and everything. And we have a constant build and decay cycle within us. So are we the same person, or does every 7 years constitute a new version of us? And yeah, I think there's a pretty clear-cut answer on that, but it at least gets your mind thinking in a certain direction. I very much say it's still the Theseus. Yeah, and I think the clear-cut answer really is that no one thing that's ever made in this world, a human being, a ship, or anything else that's made of constituent components, we never consider originality as a direct requirement for nomenclature, right? So if something had to regrow, if something had to be patched, if something got lost, a toe was cut off or a mast was taken down, you wouldn't say that's 80% of the ship of Theseus. It used to be something so much more. You would just say the ship of Theseus is different now. And with new things that are acquired, especially if they're small, you say this is part of the ship of Theseus now. It adopts the nomenclature of the larger thing as a whole, and anything that gets removed because it was damaged or harmed or in a human body, you know, we just expel certain things from within us, cellular respiration and everything. We never consider the slough off or the things that come off of us as something critical that requires naming us in any sort of way. The one criterion counter that I can think of to that is corn. Corn is like the only thing that we call differently, and I don't know why that is, but we tend to just define corn loose and random as the word corn. But when it is all together on the ship or on the body, we have our own specific word for that, at least in English. Probably other languages do this better, but in English, you call the whole body where it's sitting on, all the corn kernels are sitting there together. That's corn on the cob. Why does it have a different name? Why is it a different nomenclature? Why isn't that corn? And off the cob is off. If you've know Mitch and Hendrick, then you probably have heard the shtick before. But yeah, I agree. The ship of Theseus is always the ship of Theseus. Doesn't matter what you take off and put on. Got to say it, since I got the knowledge, the yeast and the bacteria are mostly from the flour or various dust and dirt particles around. Air just doesn't have a very high density of little friends. Oh, yeah, I suppose that's fair. Yeah, probably not just airborne things landing in the dough, right? Don't ask the internet; they'll name it Bodie McBoatface or something again. Saying it isn't as tantamount to saying your skin isn't your skin because you had a scab once on that spot. Yeah, right. Like, hey, this is all D except my knee where I scraped it once. That's not D anymore. I had to call it something else. That's, yeah. And this did happen once. I probably will make a video out of this at one point in the future because I think it's worth talking about some things that happened in my past to sort of give you all a more holistic picture of who I am. And it's just fun. I think sometimes we're voyeurs about each other and we're curious about who we are in our totality. And so there are certain things I don't mind sharing with all you guys based on just, yeah, you getting to know me at a deeper level. But before Oz, some of you probably already know, I was married once before. And we had this one scenario in which my ex decided to name a portion of her body something different because it wasn't her anymore. It wasn't the ship of Theseus anymore because it was such a definitive and explicit situation. This person happened to be probably armchair psychology. So, you know, if you know her and you feel like you need to correct me, come at me and correct me. Go ahead. I can live in a world where I get corrected for things. But seems like she was probably clinically narcissistic. And so anything that happened positive to her was her fault. And anything that happened negative to her, she was a victim. It just seems like the world that she lived in. And so she was cutting a watermelon with a very sharp knife and talking to me. She was in the kitchen and I was in the living room. And the two were in the house that we were in, a very big, great room together. No walls, no dividers, no nothing, just one big room. There was living room and kitchen all in one. And we're chatting. And while we're chatting and she's cutting a watermelon with an incredibly sharp knife, she slices through most of one of her fingers. And we talk about what sort of options we have. We're not made of a whole lot of money. I don't know that we have medical insurance at this phase. And so her immediate fear was, oh, we got to get to urgent care or ER. And my immediate fear was, this could, ruin us. So I'm not sure if we could do, what can we do right now? And so we're talking about like how to wrap it or squeeze it or hold it or whatever, so that maybe it's okay on its own. And it probably wasn't okay on its own. So we're like, okay, we probably need to go, and we go, and it gets fixed up and it's okay. She didn't lose the finger, but she got a really nasty scar out of it. And she decided to name that part of her body the scar, that she made by cutting herself, by talking to somebody and cutting a watermelon at the same time with an incredibly sharp knife. She decided to name the scar a different name than her body and named it after me, D Junior. I don't know why Junior, because, well, I guess I'm the senior. I'm the father of this particular scar. And cited that because I conversed with her while cutting, that it was my fault that the errant cut was made. I distracted her. I got conversational at a time when I shouldn't have, and she couldn't help herself but converse back, wielding a sharp knife because of my amazing loquacious skills. My words pulled her focus off the knife, and the scar was made. And it could no longer be registered as thesis. Thanks for listening to my TED Talk about that. Human understanding is an approximation of what likely actually exists. Therefore, the boat, more accurately, its identity as such, was never real. True, but identities or nomenclatures are real enough to the people that experience them that to say that those things are never real, they're not real in a sense that they don't exist objectively without human perception. But human perception is so much of our reality that to say that something isn't real in and of itself in just objective reality, that's a bad heuristic for humans to use. Like, we probably shouldn't look at too many things, except in like the realm of science, under the premise of what is objectively real versus what is subjectively or perceptionally real to us, because our perceptions matter so much more significantly to our experience than objective reality does. To throw it away, to say that something isn't actually real, therefore maybe it would have like a lower, what's the word I'm looking for, just lower priority in our lives, that would be a big fallacy, right? We need the heuristic of something through our perception is real enough to us. That's a far more useful lens for us, even if it's not logically true. If we had a new name for every scab, man, I don't even want to, right? And those scabs disappear. So, do you have a funeral for every scab that goes away then? Or do you remember that the place used to be a scab? You are you. You're not a collection of various limbs, body parts, and body functions. This was the Mitch Hedberg joke, talking about corn versus corn on the cob. I think his next joke was like, if you cut off my arm, is that arm Mitch? And then you sew it back on me. Am I Mitch altogether? Yeah. I missed Willie, because I'd even say a prosthetic limb is still as much you as your actual limb. That one might be a little tricky because it feels a lot less integrated. It's always removable. Whereas if you got a scab and it healed over, or you cut part of a fingertip off, but it got stitched and it reintegrated back in with your body, even if it was like numb from there on after, it still feels like it's you, and you can't just you can't disconnect it regularly. You do disconnect prosthetic limbs regularly. So I don't know. There's definitely a difference in, again, the way you perceive or the way you live that experience. Yeah. If something replaces a part of your body that stopped working, that immediately becomes part of you again. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. As far as prosthetics go, I don't know if I'd feel the same way. U.S. healthcare is terrible. Yeah, I mean, that's worth saying. It's still not the worst, but we're definitely better than us. This girl is crazy. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, yeah, my ex. Yeah, no, she was. I have an injury that I named D Junior as well. Of course you did. Of course. It's the one you left on my heart. Oh, I'll leave more. we'll have a whole tribe of Damiens in your heart by the end of our relationship. When you staked me through the heart, mistaking me for a very lazy vampire. Sorry. I just I want to slay. I mean, yeah, categorization exists for our own sake, but we got to recognize its limits from time to time. I think there's a time and place for both. Yeah. There's always a place to understand what objective reality is, but we also use heuristics in ways that make our experience better all the time. Even if we well, not all of us, but a percentage of us know that we're using lies to get ahead. We still need those lies anyways. You have a badass removable arm. It's still your arm. It's still your arm, but I don't know if I call it you then. You know, if somebody punched your biological arm, I'd be like, yo, don't punch Lycos. But if somebody stole your prosthetic arm, I'd be like, yo, don't steal Lycos's arm. Because that's your arm. Oh, shit. It's
Wang just subscribed.
Well. That's a whole ass year. 12 months of Prime that could have gone to somebody else, but you decided it would go to me. I guess this is cause for celebration. I'll drink to that. I don't have anything more than ginger ale, but I'll toast with ginger ale, even if that's unlucky. Oz gave me this because she couldn't finish it herself. It's almost an entire can.
Solid, and he's definitely not a gas either. No, he's a liquid. It can't be. Don't tell me. Damn it. It all makes sense now. His references to consumable beverage safety tips. His liquidity. The drink.
I know I said I would re-edit that so it would sound a little bit smoother, and I haven't done that. I apologize. Get to it one of these days. Thanks, Weehaw. I saw you were streaming earlier. I tried to pop in, but we were over at a friend's house and we were doing like a dinner for our kids and their kids and everything, and just trying to get our kids off our backs for a little bit and have a reasonably calm Friday where adults could do something besides catering to the kids the whole time. And then I saw you streaming and I was, but then I didn't pop in until it was too late. Yeah. But I did see that you were there. Let's catch up with chat. I don't view something you could take off as any less you. I do consider it part of your belongings. In fact, maybe a more valuable belonging than other things, you know. So if you took the keys to my car versus my prosthetic leg, I'd probably be more upset at the leg because I don't know. I guess it would depend on cost. Maybe I'd just be equally upset. But I wouldn't say, hey, don't run off with that piece of me. That's I don't know. You know what? I'll have to ask Yeti, because Yeti's the closest person I know that has a very large, prominent prosthetic. I'll have to ask him what he feels about his prosthetic leg. Just like the hair is a defining feature of a person, you can take it off or put it back on with wigs and extensions. Now, that I would still believe that, you know, that is my wig, but that you wouldn't say that is my hair. You wouldn't say that is me. Somebody like pulled a wig off of you and ran off with it. You wouldn't be like, hey, give me back that piece of me. You'd be like, that's my property. That's my expensive, very nice, good property that you're just running off with. But I don't know if you call that you or a piece of you. The science says that free will doesn't exist, right? But I still act like it does, since it's convenient and functionally the same as it stands today. I also, that's probably the most important heuristic, I would say. The idea that free will does or doesn't exist. Because if you act like free will does not exist and everything we do is preordained, that opens the path to certain types of hedonism that can create more suffering overall for you and other people. And I would argue that the large majority of humankind and the vast majority of ideologies and religions and philosophies, somewhere in their core, somewhere in their origins, if not in their present standing, somewhere in there is the concept of let's keep suffering to an absolute minimum as best as we can. Can we stop the hurricanes from occurring on the world? Can we stop childhood cancer? Maybe not, but we're going to do everything that we can do to make life as minimally suffering as possible. And if you think nothing I do matters. Maybe you stop worrying about at least just those basic functionalities like that, perhaps. Yeah. Money for you, buddy. I appreciate you. My household appreciates you, especially because, and I don't know if we talked about this since the beginning of the year, I quit my day job. I only do content creation for a living now. And, first couple months of doing this as a full-time thing, it does not pay the bills. But I got time to try to make this happen. So, don't fret for me yet. Silly ginger ale is not toast. Toast makes you fat. I mean, bread makes you fat. So probably just drink this sugar-free ginger ale instead. All good. Family comes first, or friends, or whatever. Yeah. IRL before online. Depends. Depends on how shithead the IRL people are. Beauty of difference of thought is I can view stuff like hair and my glasses as a core part of my being. You view your glasses as a core part of your being? And not just an item. Without glasses before LASIK, they just were my eyes. Interesting. Without them, I might as well just not be able to see. I guess I could see that, but then I don't know. I still don't think that tools that make us capable of doing things are necessarily something that I equate to being a physical part of my body. Like, we live in a state where it gets really, really hot during the summer. And everybody in my household would really prefer not to wear most clothes during the course of the summer. Obviously, when I stream, I wear more and I just try to turn down the AC and whatever. I'm not going to do a nudist stream because I care very much about not being banned from all these platforms. But we don't believe in a fully nudist household. And the number one reason why is because bodies are gross. Human bodies are gross. And there's like parts of the human body that you really don't want on shared furniture. If you got a chair and that chair is only yours and you sit on that chair nude all the time, I think it's gross, but it's your chair, buddy. Do what you want to do with your chair. Probably get some Sandy wipes or something. I don't know. But I believe in like minimally undies. Like, cover the parts of you that are gonna be there. You can be the most fastidious, most clean person in the world, and I still believe that there are bits of you that should be covered for shared furniture in a household for everybody's benefit and comfort, and just the sake of living with other people, your household, and your family. That's how I feel. I don't believe in full nudity, even though, whatever, that's how I feel. But I would also feel that even though in my household, it is a standard that you shouldn't be dressed less than a certain status where you can share furniture comfortably and not worry about what the heck the last person was sitting on and where they were and all that sort of stuff. Or did they towel off, or did they sanitize, wipe, or whatever. Minimal dress code. Are those clothes that you never take off while walking around the house? Is that you? Probably not. Probably not. And when you hop in the shower, you take those clothes off. So then that's you, right? In the shower. Do you wear your glasses in the shower? I don't know. Maybe if you're super, super blind, maybe you wear glasses. Most people take their glasses off in the shower. And then, if you're showering, you don't leave the prosthetic arm or the leg on or the glasses on or the wig on. God, you'd never shower with a wig. There's so many things that, like, I think for me, that might be the litmus test. What would you go into the shower with? What would you, at your basic level, what are you? Those other things, while critical and maybe most of the time in your life, you have those things appended or attached to you, or they're critical for your day-to-day. They are not the most reductive primal you when it comes down to it, because you will have to take them off in certain circumstances. And I wouldn't say the same thing about my hair. There isn't a circumstance where I'm like, and now I have to go shave my head right now to do this thing. There are circumstances where that happens, but they're so extremely rare. I'd never use that as a heuristic. Now I have to cut off my fingernails, shave off all my body hair, exfoliate all of my skin so that the top layer is gone and the next layer is my new skin. Those things wouldn't happen to me. So those don't count as the litmus test per se. Yeah. While to you an object is an object distinctly separate? Yeah, I think so. Happy to hear. Hope all goes your way. Thank you. I'll keep you in the loop. I'll let you know how this goes. So far, it's pretty much status quo, like where I've been. But I'm looking to see what I can do with being full-time at this. I've heard people say, let me put my eyes on in reference to the glasses. I usually don't hear people say that in the reference that they believe those are like their eyes so much as they're being like funny. I always thought of that as just being like a cute thing to say, not a real thing to say. I wear a jacket every single day. I'm not at home. Some people associated with me so much that what I'm not wearing it. Oh, then when I'm not wearing it, seems wrong, almost like a part of me is gone. I would still say that's like a symbol that you stand for, though. That's like a way you want to present in the world. And I don't know if that's the same thing as calling it you. Actually, Likos, I would agree with you in one scenario, because I do feel like you're onto something, but just in this one scenario, and that is makeup. Because for many people that I know, the way you look when you wake up fresh-faced is not your face. That's not what you look like. That's what you were born like, and you're not that happy with that. And then you go through the routine of putting on your makeup, and then you are you again. But there's a dysphoria there associated with that. Taking off your glasses and putting on your glasses, I don't think people are thinking, I'm not truly me, so much as I'm missing a key functionality I need to continue on. But makeup is something that I think that some people I know anyways have ascribed to. When it's done a certain way, I am me again. I am back to me. And I am less than that when I am at my ready for the shower self. I'll concede that. You're getting stuck on the concept of what can be removed versus not. I wouldn't say that's getting stuck. I would say that's my criterion, and probably a lot of people's criterion. I think I'm in the broader camp and you're in a more narrow camp. But that's a speculation on my part. Body enhancer versus body part. Yeah, exactly. To some people, even stuff that can be removed is still just a part of them. I'm not saying that possibility couldn't exist. I'm saying I disagree. And I also feel like I'm in a popular position. A distinct and almost necessary part of you. What I'm trying to say is even things that can be removed can still be seen as a part of you. Because on the Theseus, every board, every sail, every nail can be taken off. That's hard to say about Theseus, though. Nails in a ship are pretty hard to take off, realistically. And boards, if you take off the wrong board in the ship, it's not a ship anymore. It's a shipwreck. Right. Whereas, if somebody takes off their prosthetic leg, they don't sink and drown and die. I mean, it depends on what kind of leg you have. Do you have a swimming leg that you can use? Now we're getting into abstract stupidness. The Theseus doesn't exist in the first place. It's just parts that help people move over water when held together, and it cannot have a name. Well, and again, to Ryan's point, I think, the idea of the ship is that calling anything a ship of Theseus is not directly correct. It is a bunch of boards and nails and everything, and we're applying a heuristic to the overall functional piece. But you would also never randomly remove a piece of the ship for shiggles, right? Whereas humans with prosthetics require removal. You don't wear a leg all day. You can't wear your leg all day. You can't usually wear your glasses all day. Those are not parts that are nailed and boarded into you that would require some significant effort to remove. And if you did remove them, you've created a real problem. They're regularly removed. Yeah. Identity versus state of being. Yeah, I think that's the thing is Lycos feels more like things that you wear, don, or change the way you function can be ascribed as identity. And I call them different states of being. And you could call them identity for funsies. Like if somebody stole your prosthetic arm, you could be, hey, come back here with my arm. You don't have to say, hey, come back here with my prosthetic metal arm. Just shortcut it and just call it your arm, you know? But you're not saying that's my flesh and blood arm. You're not saying that's my body. You know it's not your, you know, bio arm, but you're not going to call it a bio arm. You're not going to call it a fake arm or prosthetic arm all the time. Just call it arm for short. But I wouldn't say that that's the same thing as confessing that it is you, that is, you know, D's prosthetic arm is D's body. Is this a ship of Theseus thing? Yeah, kind of. I mean, it was sort of where I think we started. Yeah. I'd say the ship of Theseus is still the same ship. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's incremental components. They're not removable. They're part of the whole functionality of everything. And just because something gets traded out, every new thing that gets added in and is a direct component of the actual like full body of the ship acquires the umbrella name with every other part. Yeah. I brought up prosthetics. Your arm, when it's replaced, is still your arm. But your arm doesn't get replaced, right? Like your arm never gets replaced. You strap on something that you use in a different way than you used to use your arm because it doesn't do the same things. A prosthetic leg, you use it a slightly different way than you would use a regular leg. It can't serve the same way. And it's not nailed and boarded. It doesn't become a functional part of you. It becomes a tool that you use sometimes to see to things that you couldn't do without it. But the end of you is still where your flesh ends, your stub, or whatever, you know, you have left. Agreed, it's not really your arm, but I think I see the point that it's my arm. Yeah, and I mean, that's just a linguistic argument at that point too, right? Like you have a prosthetic arm, you're not going to call it prosthetic arm all the time because that takes too much time, but you're also not confessing that it is your biological arm by saying my arm either. It's just easier to say it's my, because you own the arm. But you also, if somebody ran off with you, like imagine I had a prosthetic arm, somebody stole it and started to run off and giggle. Would Oz yell at that person, come back with Damien? That doesn't make sense. It's just a piece of equipment that I use to help me out. You wouldn't call that arm Damien. Nobody would. That's insane. Just like you wouldn't call one single board when removed from the ship of Theseus. You're gonna be like, yo, come back with that ship. It's a board, it's a piece, it's a chunk. But many people with prosthetics do have feeling with them. Ghost feeling is a very real thing. It's a very imagined thing, right? That's not real feeling. You're using what they experience as reality. But like Ryan was saying earlier, calling the ship of Theseus is a heuristic we put on all those boards and nails. It's just something that we apply. So when you have ghost feeling in a limb that doesn't exist anymore, or you feel like you can sense things through a prosthetic, everybody knows that's not real. Nobody is saying that's a real thing. It might feel real to you, but it's not real enough to say that's you, that you are those components. Maybe some few people do. I won't say, yeah. I'm arguing the sort of too broad. that the greater world out there all agree with me, but I think the majority view agrees with me. I will concede that I'm not making a point that's universal. And maybe that detoots us even talking about this in the first place. But yeah, I understand that there are people that have that idea, even if I feel like most of us don't have that idea. So why must the concept of what your body be or what is your body be based purely on the biological nature of what is attached via cells, when your own brain even attaches sense of feeling to sometimes? I think maybe something got cut off there. So yeah, I mean, do we experience the sense of self through other things besides just our, biological functionality? Of course we do. We do. Anybody who plays games for a long period of time, right? Like your character is in danger. You feel danger for your character. You're playing and parkouring around in a game, or you're hanging out with your friends online or whatever. Like, you start to apply some of your sense of self into the character that you're playing to some degree, right? To some degree. So there is some. Oh, by some of you, there is some degree of, we ascribe our sense of self beyond just what is at the fingertips and toe tips of our human body, and we can move that around to some degree. I would agree to that. Once again, your arm doesn't strictly need to be biological. No, but I'd still say that is an owned piece. It is definitely something that you can trade out far easier than every other part of your body. Just like your glasses, you just go get new frames, new lenses. You get a new arm. Like that's a monetary constraint, of course, more than it is anything else. But the materials involved, that it's way less possible for you to replace other parts of your body than it is for you to replace a prosthetic. One's body is a biological term. To my knowledge, the body is a biological thing. The identity of what is me is what's changing, unless I misunderstand your point. I mean, that's an interesting perspective too. And I think that's kind of where maybe the Ship of Theseus's philosophical problem comes into being. It's not as much that we concern ourselves with our fingernails, right? Your fingernail is always your fingernail, and it's always a part of you. And it's never the same material. It's always growing out. There's always new nail coming in, and old nail getting chopped off at the end or rubbed off, or whatever happens to your nails. But for almost all of us, some of us just leave our nails grow. Very, very few of us. But when it comes to our identity or our personality, from 1 year to the next, maybe even from 1 month to the next, or shorter time frame than that, we can change our perspective on things. We can have different preferences. We can say something and then completely forget that we say it and feel differently about it if you address us. And this has happened to me, where I've made a very strong point and I've stood for something, and then in an embarrassing amount of time, somebody said, "You really, really fought for this stance." I'm like, that doesn't sound like me at all. I don't feel that way at all. I can't believe I would say something like that. And thank God I'm a content creator, so some of you can pull, actual evidence of shit that I've said, so you can hold me accountable. But there are a lot of things where I feel like I do change stance enough, and I'm versatile and volatile enough that I'm willing and comfortable with the idea that if I said something, or I really stood for something very strongly at some point in the past, you can't hold me accountable today to that same viewpoint, because I will tell you today how I feel today. And maybe you hate past me for being this fluid, but today me feels differently. I'm pursuing a different source of truth, or I've been red pilled on that scenario, or just new shits come to light, or that old take feels super cringe and I don't feel the same way anymore. But I don't ascribe a permanent sense of identity to myself. Yeah. The idea of Theseus thought is stuff gets repaired. True. If boards are replaced, they become part of the ship. Yes, but I would not call a prosthetic a repair, right? Because there is no connection to your body with the arm. It does not get nailed to you. It's not a piece that's functionally attached and does all the things with you all day long from that point forward. In that scenario, you're replacing a piece of wood with a piece of wood. In the body, you're replacing flesh with a piece of plastic or metal. That's true too. That's a great point, Weehaw. The idea of the ship of Theseus is not that the ship gets different things that are removable and attachable and are made of different materials and are sort of like a different scenario than the original ship. The idea of the ship of Theseus, I think, from the original concept is that ship is slowly rebuilt in the same fashion of the same components, replacing the same functionalities as the original build. So, could you say that a crafted organic arm made of stem cells of you, derived from you, that grows into a full-fledged arm again, that is you? I would make the argument at that point, yeah, that is you. That is you in a way that a prosthetic could never be. No matter how much you like the heuristic of saying, my metal arm is me, my metal arm is me, that's a part of me. That's a heuristic. What if you upgrade the wood from one kind of wood to another? Yeah, I think that starts to blend the line. That starts to get into the, what is a table question, or what is a sandwich, or what is a taco? That kind of, that level of question. Once you start changing what the ship of Theseus is, okay, well, we're not going to use nails. We're going to use, interlocking pieces of wood. Okay, well, we're going to change it from a 2-mast to a 3-mast. Well, we're going to add a poop deck that didn't exist before. Well, we're changing, as the more you change on it, the more complex the scenario gets, and it starts to really become the question of, is it still the ship of Theseus at that point? And again, you're still talking about parts that are not really removable or easily replaceable again. So like also with human body, if you were to use an electric zapper to zap off a wart, or remove a cyst, or get an appendix, cut out of you, are you a different body because things like that have happened to you? Right? You're not really changing the overall functionality or the materials in a way that makes sense to start using a different name. What if it's made of oak, but when you're repairing it, they only have spruce? Now it's no longer the same entity, it's a different material. Yeah. At the end of the day, it's really about where you draw the line on what the body really is. Yeah, I would argue that too. I'd personally subscribe to body mod still being part of your body. If you get breast implants, even though it's fake material, it's still your breasts. Yeah, this is a line that's a lot closer to your side of the argument than my side of the argument. But I would say this shows where my line tends to be, though, too. And I would argue that this is one of those lines where you have something artificial inside of you. It will never integrate with you in any sort of way. And if it does integrate with you, you're in a health situation. You're in a real big health crisis or problem. And I would say that is an implant. You are you, and that is an implant. Just like anybody with like horn implants, like that's not your skull. Your skull doesn't do that. You've got those subdermal, they're usually made of different types of silicone and stuff too, right? That those are not you. They're not naturally you. It might be your identity. your identity might be breast implants. Your identity might be subdermal horns or whatever, different things like that. But how you present in public is also just as much like Stuart's jacket. He puts on the jacket and then leaves. But if somebody runs off with his jacket, his wife isn't yelling, "Hey, come back with Stuart. Don't steal my husband." You know, or like, "That's a piece of my husband," in a really poetical sense. If somebody ran off with his jacket, Stuart could be like, "No, a piece of me. You're running away with a piece of me." But at the same time, like, nobody's thinking you've run off with a piece of his body. You're just running off with a piece of his identity. And I feel that way about subdermals. My definition of a body would be connection of organs and limbs made of flesh and bone. If you count a body as what is attached to my head or what is me, I understand your point. Yeah. I think there's a difference perspective between us on what is body. Yeah, I would argue that's the case. I do think there are people that Lycos is representing in his argument. That there are people that think this is something that is in me or on me and is like basically never removed. It's like a part of me. It's more than identity to me. Like, I feel that this is like me and my body, and if it was removed, it would feel like I didn't take off a piece of equipment, but I'm bereft of a part of me, of who I am, not just identity sake of who I am, but like who I ascribe my existence to being. And yeah, I could see it in that sort of light. For me, I have some fillings in my teeth. To me, those are just my teeth. I don't know. I don't have fillings, but my sister does, and she's at one point with eating. I don't think it's happened around me, but she's mentioned that she has like lost a filling. I don't think she felt like, oh no, there's a part of my body missing, or like I'm falling apart, or I've lost a part of me, so much as, you know, she's lost like a really important tool. She's like, oh no, now my tooth is in a state where I need to get my tooth fixed, but not like a chunk of me has disconnected from the other parts of me. I think she's always, and not to say that because she feels that way that you can't feel your way, but just I still do feel like the majority situation is more along the lines of more people feel that if something is not biological, no matter how well attached it is on you or in you, it's not you per se. I don't differentiate between them and my regular teeth if I have an issue with the tooth. I don't care if it's part of a silver filling or part of an actual enamel. It's a problem with my tooth and something to be fixed. I don't see the need to have something fixed as the same thing as giving it, what's the word I'm looking for? Coherence to the rest of your identity. You know, I could say that if my carburetor goes out on my van, that I need that fixed. I'm dead in the water. In fact, one big, like for me, the internet. If the internet were to die in some way in this household, that hurts on a very high level. I could lose air and I'll die really, really, really quickly. Air is like absolute top priority for me all the time. And thank goodness there's lots of it here in Georgia, so I'm not too concerned about air. But if I lost access to water, food, or internet, those are all pretty high up there. And two of those things turn into physical matter in me. I ingest water, I ingest food, and cellular things happen. I adopt part of the stuff that goes into, you know, my diet, right? That becomes a part of my body through a very complex process, albeit. And internet is so important that it is up there as far as my survival goes. If I lose internet, how am I going to pay for all the water and food? I don't have to pay for air, luckily. So, thank goodness that one's taken care of. But I would still not say, therefore, internet is a part of my body. Whereas I would say the water I ingest is part of my body, becomes a part of me. Food I ingest becomes a part of me. I would never say that the internet I use is a part of me. I sure hope they updated the bathrooms. Why? Had a whole lot of bodies. What are we, Troa? what a cryptic thing to come in and say. What do you mean? Can you fill us in on what you mean by bodies and bathrooms? I'm so confused. I propose a question to you then, D. Okay, let's hear it. If a future prosthetic leg comes out that directly integrates with your nerves and is powered purely by thought, matching the exact same movements as your original foot, but instead of material being flesh, material is metal and silicon. Is that now a part of you because it can't be easily removed and copies the exact same function, but is just a different material? I'd still say it's not me. Let's say for argument, even if it has complete sense of touch, feeling exactly the same as flesh. Yeah, I don't know if I'd still say like that is me, because you're not saying that it is biological. If it is made from me and extends me and is biologically me, then I might say that. But let's go to something that's a lot more realistic, but not to that degree, and is a lot more realistic. For people that have like implanted organs, donors, prostheses that are inside that are biological. Most of the time, everyone I've ever heard of that have had these types of surgeries, either like a donor kidney or like a porcine valve attached to the heart in some sort of way, I hear them refer to these objects in the body as contributions. They're not them. They weren't made by them in their body. They were, a gift and a blessing from somebody else in some cases. And maybe they wouldn't live without that thing, but they often feel that it is other. They, in fact, with like heart donors, which is an extremely rare scenario, but it does happen. You even have scenarios, and this wouldn't happen if they thought otherwise. You have these scenarios where the family member of the donor of the heart will get a stethoscope and they will listen to the heartbeat inside of a stranger's body and say, there it is. There's my family member there. That's their heartbeat. And that person who's living there with the beating heart that's contributing to their life, biologically connected, impossible to remove, shy of, removing that person's ability to live. That person still believes this is so-and-so's heart that they gifted. And you are listening to that person's heartbeat, and that I am sustaining with my body that person's heartbeat that their family member can now listen to with the stethoscope. You wouldn't have that scenario. Why would a stranger listen to another stranger's heartbeat? Unless there was this concept of there's an othering, even biologically, even hard to remove, because it wasn't originally that person's body fabricating that component. Where did I leave off? If I may be allowed to have a crack at the question, yeah, by all means. I would still like to argue no. Again, it is a replacement, but it is not my leg. It's not a leg. It's a contraption made to do that function. That's very true too. It is technically not a leg, even though it has sensation and you can use it to walk. It is a device. It is an engine that is made to do leg things, but it is not a leg in the same way that we make legs from, a zygote into a fetus, into a baby. Like we make legs in a very specific way. And if you make legs in a different way, you might call it a leg, just like a table leg is a leg, or leg of a stool is a leg, but it's not like a human leg, right? Also, to be honest, I think a large part of my perspective comes from my specific flavor of autism. I find this interesting, though, especially because I think categorization and distinctualization would be maybe more in favor of you adopting my viewpoint. So it's really interesting that you adopt something that I, not that I think I'm on the spectrum, but just I feel like my concept would be more maybe autism friendly, perhaps. I don't know. Gives me regular out-of-body experiences where my body feels like I'm controlling a robot and reality ceases to be real. Interesting. That would make me think that you would argue further on the spectrum than me. So there's like your position that you have right now where you regularly use something, it's difficult to take off, or you rarely take it off, and it's so integrated with your experience that you can't see life without it most of the time. And so it becomes you identify it as part of you, and not a separate entity. And then there's me that says it's not biologically you, it's not you. Then I feel like there's a third position that sounds like somebody who would have out-of-body experiences would have, and that perspective, that person's stance would be, I don't feel like anything really is me except the sensation of the floating thing that's inside of my head that sees out of my eyes, that sometimes feels more highly integrated, but rarely, or maybe whatever the mix happens to be, a percentage of time I feel like I'm connected to this meat sack, and a percentage of the time I feel like I'm not connected to this meat sack, and therefore very few things are me. You cut off my finger, I don't say, oh no, I'm less me. I would just say, you cut off my finger, but that's my finger. Maybe that's the idea that I would think you'd have based on what you're explaining right now. I'll finish what you said, though, before I continue speculating in this way along this stance that you're not taking at all. My body has always been something that could change in feel of what is me versus literally controlling a robot. So in those cases, my body, my own flesh and blood, is no longer my body. Interesting. Yeah, this sounds so much like the opposite of what you've been saying all this time. I guess ultimately my body is nothing more than a vessel my consciousness resides in. It could be a robotic body and it'd be mine once I get used to how it controls, because I go through moments like that where my body just isn't mine and I forget how to control it regularly, weekly even. Yeah, to me, like what is you would just be like this behind the nose, behind the eyes feeling. And your nose is different. Your nose is connected, but it's just your nose. And your hands are just your hands. And your feet are just your feet. They're so far away from the you behind your eyes anyways. If something happened to your foot, you'd be really devastated because it would make life really hard. But you wouldn't also call your foot you. It's your foot. It's something real separate. In my head, that's what I would think you would eventually derive to, and not the opposite. That you would include more things in your robotic experience because you already feel not highly connected to your main body. So why would other things that aren't your body? Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. So you are your brain? Yeah, you're just like a floating brain, maybe. Would your eyes be your eyes, your ears? Asking a genuine question to see your perspective. They are what deliver sight and sound to me. Interesting. I reference them as my eyes and ears out of the same sort of convenience D talks about a prosthetic arm would be to him. Yeah, it sounds like you're on the opposite side of this line, where I thought you were super inclusive of everything. Now I think you're exclusive of almost everything. They can be fully replaced, and I genuinely wouldn't care beyond the pure function of them. Wow, crazy. My body is a tool I use to engage my consciousness in the world around me. Oh, those are both jokes that got lost with the flow of the conversation. Sorry, Troa. They sounded really fun and creepy by themselves, though. Yeah. And I'm sorry, I'm back. I'm so far in backlog. I try to take care of it only because it is hard to replace. If it were as easy to replace as, oh no, someone ran off with my arm. Oh, well, I'll just buy another. Then I wouldn't care as much, but prosthetics just aren't there yet. That's true. Yeah. If you could just 3D print, maybe there'd be like super easy to not be so mindful about those. The idea of my body just being just my flesh in all these cases is really hard for me to comprehend. Interesting. For a pacemaker, that's just part of the heart. That's so interesting. It's so easy to like remove or like change the batteries on and stuff though too. Like that's really separate. And also like the pacemaker never integrates into your body. It's always like part of the reason why they function so well for so long for some people is because you put it just very, very much on the outer surface of your body as much as you can while still being under the skin, so that you can do a very small, very easy incision, a quick outpatient scenario if you need to replace a battery or something like that. And so there's a bulge there that never looks like it's part of you. It always looks like you've got something going on there. And you do. You do. It can't be integrative because it has to be easy to work with. And so it's very anti-integrative by design. So most people, I feel, definitely think like the pacemaker is exceedingly foreign to them. Because if it were integrative, then you'd probably have to pay for like surgery to get something to happen. My heart is only my heart because it's what pumps blood. If it was mechanical, it'd still be my heart. I don't know if I feel that way. I very much put the ownership or the concept of calling things my body ascribed to things that my body is generated of my body. Or at some point, you know, my mom helped. I wasn't able to just like build everything on my own. There was some external assistance, but initially, yeah, initially a lot of assistance, and now my body's kind of doing it on its own with food and water intake, of course, and sunlight, you know, to help out with some stuff. But not other things. I don't allow other things not to be called my body. No, heart is just named to describe a functionality. It is interesting. I have trouble seeing from that perspective someone who considers the body to be more than our biological mass and flesh. Yeah, beauty of thought and perspectives. Yeah, I like that. D kind of hit it on the head. I'm very much that third. Interesting. What you're arguing is that it's all me because none of it is me. Right? So in that case, like Lycos could really ascribe a lot of different things to be him if they were functionally important enough, even if they could be seen as highly disconnective. Like you could just take it off and set it on a desktop and go to sleep without it, or live a day without it. If the functionality was high enough, if the integration was high enough, and the value was high enough, that he would ascribe personage to that component. It's really interesting to me. It's ultimately why I have the concept of body I do, of me that I do, and tell me if I got any of that wrong, by the way. Because I don't have that attachment to what most people would consider you. Yeah, that's cool. If I could, I'd mix and match parts I like more, but technology isn't there yet. I think I would too. I wouldn't use the same nomenclature as you, but I think I would too. I do like the idea of a future in which we could modify and adjust and alter and better parts of us, especially because so many of us are born with birth defects or have gone through trauma in our lives or something's happened. And there are so many things that we can bounce back from. There are a lot of things we just cannot. The human body was not made perfect. We weren't made to overcome every trial. For every, sickness that didn't kill you is just going to make you stronger. There are plenty of things that come at you that they didn't kill you. You're going to be weaker for the rest of your life. You've got a lifelong debuff from here on out. This is it. You do this. This click is now there forever. That ear versus this ear, never going to hear the same. Forever. Nothing can be done, even with all the advances in technology. Even if you could afford it. Paid, the biggest. I have a friend right now with ALS. His family has paid intense amounts of money to fix ALS. He still has ALS. And it is doing what ALS does. Yeah, because some things just are beyond that. And for those components, to fix ALS, to fix cancer, to fix everything that we don't have a fix for, if we could just swap out that body part, if we could just move something around, if we could just change the way, brain synapses or prions or whatever connect it, all that stuff. In addition to all the like fun things, like wouldn't it be cool to have like a, cybernetic eye that did special new things that our normal eyes can't? All the basic stuff that saves lives and reduces suffering, as I was mentioning earlier, up to and including the cool stuff. I wish it all existed today. Yeah. Where do we live off? It's going to be fun once D gets down here. I came in wanting to chat, but not being sure who to chat to or about what, and got a hella good convo. Oh, thank you. I feel like the same thing. I was looking forward to playing this game, but at the same time, this streaming a game has never, and will never fulfill me the same way as connecting deeply on a good topic that could potentially help us in the future. Now, will the way that we name our bodies be a benefit to helping guide us for the rest of our lives? Maybe not. But the act of engaging in conversation in this format, just in engaging with ideas and engaging with different viewpoints, different stances, different paradigms that don't necessarily overlap very well, in good faith and an understanding, and in trying to seek the other side's viewpoint so that you grow from it, instead of just being contentious and being a provocateur, like shitting on other people for having a different idea than yours. This is, I think, what I live for, and what I hope the internet, one, craves, and two, has more of. If I could do my part, I'll do what I can to increase this. This shit always happens when I jump in here. Y'all are too good at company, and you are too. You're such a contributor to this cultural focus. Matters very much that you're here. They were wilding out there with the early pacemakers. Some of those things were powered by plutonium. It's crazy, right? Some early Iron Man shit. What could possibly go wrong? I have bolts and screws, but I still call them my leg and hip and joke about being part robot. Nice. Yeah, I can see that. I do, and I've ascribed personage to objects before. So here's an interesting one. My eyes pre-LASIK, I had 2 sets of eyes. My shitty, always there eyes, and my crafted better eyes, aka the glasses. Post-LASIK, my eyes are not my old eyes repaired. They're just new eyes as a whole, which is interesting because that's not how LASIK works, right? Most of your eye, like your retina and the form and everything, and the gel inside, like all that's old, right? My eyes were either my glasses or my shitty eyes. Now my eyes are good, so it's fundamentally different item. Interesting. Even then, like with LASIK, you're not. You're getting something new, which is, doesn't LASIK involve some sort of subcorneal implant of some sort? I'm trying to. I looked up sort of the procedure for LASIK before, but I don't remember quite exactly how it's done. But it really is mostly just like your eye again. As an avid glasses wearer, I consider glasses tools. I agree. Hearing aids as tools, yeah. Pacemakers as tools, yes. Replacement organs as gifts and donations, yes. But never mind, I agree. Quotes, because I've never had a replacement organ. However, my family who has had such replacements never referred to them as part of their being. Yeah. I guess if any point I'm trying to make, I've never tried to make, or I'm not trying to make, the point that anything that Weehaw says, that Liko says is wrong or ideological just to him. There are probably people that ascribe full personhood or something of the sort to things that are not biologically grown from their own bodies. There are probably other people that believe that. But I am socialized into and largely surrounded by people who have the concept of, if this is not me, including it's made of things like me, but I didn't make it. It's highly integrated and can't be removed or I will die. And all that sort of stuff. That these things are still different. They are not your body, and that people don't refer to them as their body or as a part of them. And part of me and part of me is that, to say part of is probably it's imprecise language, because I could say I have daughters, right? I could say my daughters are a part of me. So symbolically saying that something's a part of you, is like my guitar. My guitar is a part of me because I've lived with it for so many years of my life, and I've made so many things with it. And the things that I've made with my guitar have impacted so many other people. So part of is just a bad term, but say like my body, or say me. If I could point to something on my body and say that is Damien, I would only do that with things that I have grown of my own body. Yeah. Are my new eyes the same physical eyes as my previous bad eyes? Sure, because the functionality changed. They're different eyes, though. That is wild to me. And that sounds more fringe than your previous take. I don't know anybody who's ever said anything like that. Maybe my own environment has affected my beliefs in the matter, same as your autism conditioned your beliefs. It's also interesting to me how experiences shape beliefs, but that's not what we're speaking on. We could get into that, though, too. That's fair. For me, my hands are tools, my feet are tools, my heart is a tool, my mouth is a tool. But what's interesting to me is that you're saying if the functionality of that tool changes, it is something that's completely new and different from you. Or still not different from you, but still integrated as you, but different, like a new and non-related component, even if all the biology is the same, because the functionality has changed. So you do not embrace form, you embrace function. And the function creates identity. Not connective, not to say ownership. Like your body's your body no matter what, whether it's something that's old or new, you're still calling all of that you. But you're also calling something new if it's all of the same old biology, if it's all the same old form, but the functionality of that's changed. Wild. LASIK works by burning parts of the eye off. It doesn't replace anything. Okay. I must have been thinking of something else. There is some sort of procedure where you get, like, I think it's like a ring implanted underneath the cornea or inside of the cornea in some sort of way. Must not be LASIK. I'm throwing in the towel. I have to wake up early tomorrow. Weehaw, thanks so much for being here and all of your contributions. I appreciate your face, and I really do like when you contribute to these conversations too, because I super like hearing your viewpoint on these things. It's really cool to grab your line of thought. And next time you stream, hopefully I can pop in and bother you with philosophical questions while you're trying to just play a game, and no mind it. It's gonna pop in, subscribe, and dip, but got caught in the conversation. Yeah, isn't it bad? We're awful like that. We just want to keep you. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the year of Prime subs. I super appreciate your face. Me and the fam. Simbo considers snot as a part of you. I made it, but it's not attached, right? It's an emission, so it's just like way too easily removed. It is not integrative in my system. Yeah. If it were really well attached, maybe I'd consider it to be sort of like more me, I guess, right? But even like internal mucus that hangs out and takes a lot longer to slough off, or is harder to move around, like the mucus inside of the snot inside of my stomach, I still don't consider that like me, right? I've made it and it's biological, but it's not connected, right? It's like you could just take a spoon, if you could get into my stomach with a spoon, and boop, you've taken out that. Yeah, it's much harder to like spoon my flesh off of me. You could probably do it with a knife. Yeah. It was created with your body and biological. Yeah. Something we both fully agree on then. Yeah. I think the difference between, you know, what's us and what's not us does also to some degree have to do with how long something hangs around. Like the mucus in our bodies, it doesn't stay in one place for like a really, really long time. If it did, I'd feel like kind of more ownership of, oh, that's me. Like if our skin not exhume, what's the word I'm looking for? Produced a certain type of mucus and it like hardened around us as a shell, and then it kind of like stuck on us, and we just sort of have like a mucosal shell of like dried snot all over our skin on the outside, and it's just kind of like always there. I'd probably say, oh yeah, that's just me. That's my body. What D said on function drives identity is true. That is really fascinating to me. The concept of function driving identity. That seems rare too. I would be hard pressed. I'm gonna have to ask though. I have to ask around because I know some people. I'd be curious to ask what they think about that. If that's true for them, function driving identity. And identify things based on functionality. Yeah, interesting. So made by the body, biological, and highly integrated as a permanent or long-term but temporary thing, nails and hair. Yeah, and so nail is a great example, right? So the whites on my nails are very like tangential. They're sort of like, if we get back into the topic, less on the ship of Theseus and more on, you know, what is a table and what is a sandwich, that kind of thing. The concept of what makes us in our nails or like the tips of our hair, that gets kind of more transient. There are parts of my nail, like my nail bed, right? That's on my skin. It's pink underneath my nails. And that nail bed, it's really hard to remove. Just like my flesh is like kind of hard to remove. With the right tools, right equipment, I can just flail my or scrape my flesh off or slice it off or whatever. But then I lose incredible amounts of functionality as to who I am as a human being. You know, just like if you remove my heart, I stare at it. I wouldn't say, hey, give Damien back. I'm not going to call my heart my name. But I also like cease to function. So it's pretty endemic to what I would consider my body, my identity. And same thing with my my skin, and same thing with the nails on my nail bed. But my nails grow past my nail bed, and that part of the nail turns white. And if something happens to that part, and it does, if I grow my nails out and then I'm working or I'm playing guitar or something happens and the white part breaks, I usually don't even feel it. I'll have to be like, I don't know, have an itch or something later on. I'll scratch myself and be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm on my nail. Oh, it's sharp right there. Oh, I broke off a piece of my nail. I didn't lose me. I'm not less me. At that point, the whites are in that tangential part. It's not a table. It's not a sandwich. You know, it's not fully me. But at the same time, it's with me all the time. I've made it. It's pretty permanent. It's fairly long term. It's more my whites of my nails are more long term than my mucus in my nose. That comes and goes a lot freer than my nails. But you get rid of any part of the whites of my nails, and my whole experience as a human being changes incredibly little. My identity changes. You know, if I have long nails or short nails, how I identify to people in the world will change. But I'm not losing or gaining part of what I consider endemic to me as a person. And there is functionality, but the functionality is pretty minimal. Like, is it easy to open a can of soda with 0 nails, with no whites to your nails? It's kind of hard. You might want to grab, you know, a key or something, or bum a friend who has a little bit more nail than you at that point. But overall functionality, like survival and life and stuff like that, do I need long nails to fight off predators, or just making videos and shit at home? So long nails, short nails doesn't really affect it. I guess it can affect how fast I type on a keyboard. If my nails were really long, could I type anymore? Would different layers of skin be different amounts of you then? Sure. And I think that's probably true for everybody, right? 99% of our skin, we think that's us, right? But our outermost layer, and we don't even see this or think about this, but only when pressed to actually, put a name on shit. As you go and make dust in your house, and you then take a Swiffer or dust rag or whatever, some Pledge, and you're like sweeping up all of that you everywhere. Obviously, dust is more than people. And depending on where you live, dust can be a whole lot more shit than just you. But there's you in there. Granted, anywhere you live, if you live there and you spend a good amount of time indoors inside your own house or in your place, you are making part of the dust, and then you're dealing with that. Does anybody think that layer of skin is you? We might have this concept that it's kind of you when it's on you, but it sloughs so easily and it goes everywhere and it turns into a bunch of little bits of powder. And so nobody would really argue connectivity to the dust as being their body or a part of them. And maybe for that, the borderline is pretty quick and easy. It's hitching a ride with you. It's still on you. Not a problem. That's just you. But it sloughs off and it's not you. And sometimes it doesn't have to be that small. For some people, like I have an allergy to baked goods and sugars and stuff. So like some of my skin will come off bigger than just like dust. And when I look at a piece of my skin reacting in an allergic way, I'm not like, I'm losing a part of myself. Like it's already lost at that point. There's no reconnecting it back. There's nothing I can do. It's dead. It's gone. It can no longer serve any function except, I can peel it off because I don't like the way it looks. Yeah. But all the other layers, sure, they're all me. Yeah. Outer layer sheds in a month, cells die after a month, falls off and gets replaced, while the inner layers don't shed practically at all. Yeah. Skin's just skin as a whole. Yeah, again, as long as it's like connective in a way that doesn't look dead. If it's still connected to me, but it does look dead, it's already on the outs. It's already lost identity with me. And as soon as it loses connection, no matter how big or small piece of sunburnt skin that's fallen off of me or just dust, that's not me. That's just a part of me that was. To me, skin is just skin. I don't give a fuck about the nuances of layers and stuff. I think most of us don't care about anything that's... we're not naming parts of our body as us or not us to that level unless somebody decides to stop and ask. And so we're breaking the heuristic right now when we're talking about it, right? But for the most of us, we live in a heuristic where who we are, what we say is us, we say is us based on something that we don't define. It's a feeling, it's a concept, and when pressed, it becomes something, but it's not necessarily that in the day-to-day experiences for our lives. I think that's a big thing to keep in mind too, is that us talking about it, we might be creating or fabricating stuff that's not even that wasn't even part of our original concept of who we were until we started to think about it. Unless, because Lycos' mind works differently, he's had this conversation with himself in the past and created the idea of what exactly he will define as himself in private conversations with himself. For me, talking through this stuff, I'm learning a lot of this right now, or I'm making this up as I go because I'm being pressed on the idea and I'm thinking about it. Okay, what would actually work versus not? But realistically, at no part when I've cut my nails in the course of my life have I had the philosophical conversation with myself. What's happening to the me that's getting cut right now with these nail cutters and it's going into the trash can. What identity? Where's the identity line there? I've never had that conversation with myself. So that's only happening as a byproduct of having active conversation in the topic. Otherwise, I'm comfortable living in the ambiguity of it all. This is all important framing for the ship of Theseus idea. Yeah, I think so too. I've had that conversation a lot with myself, oddly enough. Interesting. Or I shouldn't say with. Just have you had it by yourself or with other people? That's the distinction I should ask. I've definitely had conversations that come out differently with other people and other circumstances about other topics that most people probably wouldn't think of, or I've had heart-to-hearts with myself in ways that I think most people don't necessarily or haven't necessarily given thought to. This is just one of those that hasn't, I haven't directly had the conversation with myself about. Since me is my consciousness, what is me is something I've asked myself a lot. Interesting. I really have not. Maybe I have less a sense of self than what's maybe normative, though. This isn't necessarily to put me in a very individualistic camp, though. I think other people I've spoken with have felt this way, but I don't necessarily think about the me as me a whole lot, largely because I care significantly more about other people and their experiences on this planet than I do about me. And I had to mature into a position where my care of my identity, my needs, my reduction of suffering, and anything that was sort of focused on the me came as a derivative function of what I think about other people. So because I love other people and want them to succeed, want them to pursue great goals and do great things for themselves and for other people, I need to start by being the ripple first. And the more people I think I want to help in my life, the more I think I need to survive and thrive even more, because I don't want to burn out early and reduce my ability to be of help to even more people. If I could be deeply impactful to a very few amount of people, or shallowly impactful to a large amount of people, no matter what, I still want to focus on some version of me that extends that capacity. Whereas if I ignored the me, ignored anything involving self-definition, self-love, self-attention, and I was reducing even by one person the amount of total people I could be a benefit to, it would be against what I feel driven to do with the life that I have. And that's bad. You know, it's kind of a martyrdom sort of feeling. So I've tried my best to sort of get over that and just appreciate when people want to do good stuff for me and try to do as much for my own self-benefit, just because it does align with my greater goals instead of just going martyr straight out. Ultimately came down to me as my thoughts and nothing more. Oh, how Descartes of you. I've gotten told I have an extremely strong sense of self and am dramatically more introspective than even other neurospicy and philosophical thinkers. Interesting. That's cool. I think that's really awesome. It's a borderline weekly conversation with myself. That's a lot. To me, that's quite a lot. I have some regular conversations with myself, but not about my sense of self. Interesting. How does the human brain fail to comprehend time? If time is what science theory says it is, then what am I if I exist in a false concept of reality that is merely my inability to grasp what the universe really is and isn't? Oh, that gets deep and hard to think yourself out of levels of deep too. Yeah. So how I am, what I am, why I am, when reality isn't real, when our perception is a fake interpretation of existence, etc. Shit keeps me up at night, so I need to distract myself by watching YouTube at night. Nice. Yeah, that's a really interesting thing to point out, and something that's tangential, but somewhat different than the concept of how do we name what components of us are indeed us, is also sort of what distinctualizes the experience of us in a world where the experience of us feels like something of a fabrication or a delusion based on a lot of false information, in many ways, based on the way our brain wants us to interpret circumstances, right? If a baseball gets hit high in the air and it's coming for us, our brain isn't tracking the ball itself with our eyes and stopping right there, right? We're doing math to figure out where the ball is coming and interpolating things. We're seeing stuff that's not necessarily there. We're engaging in predictive, a predictive version of reality with everything that we do. Not just if something's coming for our head, but based on our concepts. I've mentioned this one too. This if we're going to go into philosophical quandaries, this one's kind of like more pop philosophy than deeper, like the Ship of Theseus, or more classical, like the Ship of Theseus. But it's the concept of if a cat jumps up on a hot stove and it's like yow, gets its paws like burnt or singed or whatever. It's like, ow, that's really hot, and the cat jumps off and runs away. That cat will likely remember to never jump up on that stove again. So when the stove is hot, the cat will not get burned anymore. But the cat is also misattributed the stove, and every time the stove is cold, which stoves, by and large, most of the time are cold, the cat will never experience the cold stove ever, based on its new heuristic. And we do this all the time in all sorts of really bad circumstances. We create our realities. We make a prediction of how our self navigates in this world and what sort of things we should be doing, or how the world really is, based on too small of data to make any sense of anything. I've mentioned this as an example, but like you could date somebody who has a key set of characteristics: skin a certain color, hair a certain length, style a certain way, maybe a certain way that they talk, and maybe they did you like real dirty. You just had a really shitty, you got cheated on hard, or like really fucked over, like something bad, like super bad happened. You're like, wow, that was awful. And then somewhere down the line, maybe your next person you date, or maybe somebody further down the line, kind of looks the same, has a lot of the same characteristics as that first person, and then they screw you over too. You will probably never date a third person like that for the rest of, you might find your soulmate, and your soulmate has the same haircut as those two, the same style as those two, and is just like the best person for you. You guys are going to grow old, have, all the life experiences you ever wanted to have together, and you're going to have just the best life. But you're going to say no because you've met 2 out of 8 billion people that did you wrong, that kind of remind you of this third person. And that's enough of a mindset for you that you're like, no, I know exactly how reality works. I know my navigation, my place in this universe. And every time I date somebody that looks something like this, every single time, it's only been 2 times, your brain's like, every single time. So yeah, we're awful at understanding reality in our own little brain vats, trying to express and explain everything. Let's catch up with what Legos has been saying. What I'm getting at is stuff like the double slit test, or how time isn't linear, yet we perceive it and conceptualize it as linear, right? Very true. Very true. Actual provable physics says reality isn't real. What we observe is just wrong, 100%. And based on our biology and our exact speed in the universe. Yes. We know definitively that mathematically dimensions beyond our 3 have to exist. Yeah. So what is reality to 4-dimensional being? It's hard to think past what we've got, right? what even is the fourth dimension that it would traverse. Yeah. This was same concept of, how do you possibly perceive the reality of 3 dimensions if you're trapped in 2, right? Is that the concept of flat world? I never read that, but I know a lot of nerdy people. So, but yeah, you're right. It's impossible for us to really understand the world beyond what we're able to perceive. And if our perceptions are not curtailed, what's the word I'm looking for? Constrained, or worse, misled, especially by our previous experiences. Like how do we move past that? The best thing we could do, one of the most important things that we can do, and I found that this is it's exemplified in people through both behavioral identities, is that we partner up. Not just with one partner. I don't mean necessarily romantically or engaged with somebody that we live with, but just that we connect with other people, that we start to get sort of a wider or broader pantheon of understandings. We gather as many different paradigms or angles, or just collect together broadly and understand opposition sides, and then understand their motivation or the reasoning for those ideas, so that if something's very antithetical to what we believe, that we at least gather, what it is or why it is that's driving them. And if you don't have that, and this is the other thing that I've seen exemplified, if you cloister in and you become just you, see some of you on the side of that. If you cloister in and you're just you, and you rarely leave the house, and you rarely engage with other people's ideas, and you rarely let somebody challenge you or show you their perspective from a different angle than you could hear from your own echo chamber or echosphere or whatever, then it's much harder for you to start fabricating new ideas. And the idea that you could mislead yourself just based on your own fallacies, your own ability to create direction that doesn't make any sense, but you've got no other external navigation to help you. That's proven. At least with many of the people that I've met, I've definitely found people that have disconnected from almost everybody. I find them largely alien of idea, that the concepts that they come up with are so not supported. They really do start to navigate off into deep waters without anybody saying like, no, man, you crazy. Or like, that's not what I'm seeing. Or like, actually, study says blah, blah, blah. Without that controversy in your life, you can easily lose the rails and start to go off into some weird territory without anybody giving you checks and balances on that. And the more connective you are, the easier it is for you to broaden and understand things on a wider perspective, as long as you're not gathering people just like you, which is the problem with the internet. Internet being so algorithm driven, you can accidentally, or through the fabrication of various platforms and what they're trying to accomplish with you, you can experience a scenario in which, hey, I just found 10,000 different people and they all feel exactly the same way as I do about the reptilians or about this shit or that shit that's, completely off the handle. But because you've all found each other through this very abnormal, artificial method of grouping you all together, you now have incredible confirmation bias on something that nobody else, 10,000 people out of 8 billion is nothing. It's still a statistical anomaly. But when you all feel it together, it feels so different. But if you could just get outside of that and see the other 8 billion people's perspective, be like, oh, shit, okay, yeah. Algo did us dirty. Physics and math really humbles what we think of reality and shows how stupid and small our consciousness is, which I love. I think that's I prefer to be humbled and feel stupid and small than to feel big and knowing about something that's wrong. And this is a pain point for me specifically because I think that I have a trauma response to this, and that is that I had authority figures in my life who spoke with great authority and great charisma and persuasiveness about wrong things, and even had certain results of some of the things that they said or claimed to like back them up. Statistically small, but when surrounded by certain results and evidence, can feel real, can feel big and meaningful, and that they're not crazy because 4,000 people believed it, right? Something like that. And coming from that, I hate feeling like I am smart and big about a bunch of wrong ass shit. I would so much rather be in a position, again, I think this is just my trauma response from coming out of this. I would much rather be in a position where I felt stupid and small and so ignorant of so many things, but knowledgeable that that is where I am and that is what I am, than to be misled and worse because of how I feel about other people versus myself, that I would ever mislead others. Yeah. Yeah, it is the concept of flat world. Gotcha. Cool. So I have conversations with myself of how these all tie into my sense of self, understanding of what life is and what death is, finding meaning in existence, etc. That's cool. AKA, I'm stupid and think about stupid stuff all the time that ultimately it doesn't matter. These things, though, are really endemic to the human experience. Could you be thinking about stuff that would solve problems for disenfranchised humankind, or, you know, issues with water and supply chains and stuff? You could spend more of your life doing that. You could spend more of your life being more connective with other people. You could spend more of your life trying to be higher value or earn more money or whatever. But we are wired for this type of questioning, as long as things are going right. Does your average person think like this all the time? No. But I think that some of that is a byproduct of living in shitty experiences and shitty circumstances. When you are not stable, you don't know where your food and water is coming from, you have external constraints on your life. And I'm not talking just, you know, out in remote areas of the world where we don't really have good infrastructure for life as humans. And so every day really is survival. But even in places like the US, where based on your income level, what you have to think about after you get off work is, how do I keep mentally healthy and happy enough by doing all the self-care or self-destruction things I can do right now, just so I can sleep well tonight and go back to work tomorrow to do it all again. And that's about as much bandwidth as they have. Just let me reset for tomorrow's work shift, right? Not thinking about the deeper stuff. But they probably would if they could, I think. I think it's endemic to the human experience and not stupid. Experience of other thought is so critical. Yes. It's one of my hobbies, as weird as it is, hearing different theories of reality, time, and learning about theoretical physics. It's amazing. It's good shit. One of the weirder theories of time was some theoretical physicists saying time might exist in every state all at the same time, as if it's a plane we can move on, which would make sense in terms of how we see dimensionality, right? The idea of dimensions, and that we could be moving through one in a way that we can't perceive that well because of our understanding of dimensional space. That I think that's one of the reasons why many people hypothesize that time is for the fourth dimension. Not as the concept of all time exists, but it exists simultaneously, and we walk through it in one direction at a manipulatable but ultimately very samey speed. Right. And even in that manipulation, what I think is particularly profound and interesting is that we're able, literally just with our brains, to manipulate that speed, or at least our perception of that speed. That whether or not we're going along it in a certain constant, we can apply mindfulness or anti-mindfulness, and time moves for us in our own mind differently than what it would had we not applied those. This is cool shit to me. That there's some other mechanism behind the movement beyond what we understand of how gravity bends time and speed warps time. Yeah. Those just slide us along that mechanism. We just don't know what the mechanism is. I think that's, it feels so likely. I don't know anything about, how probable or likely it is, but it gives a feeling or a sense when you think about how each dimension interacts with its lesser, how 2 dimensions feel to 1, how 3 dimensions feel to 2, that it feels like time would be something dimensionally of the same sort of sense, planar of some sort, right? Yeah. I like that shit. Should I see what's in this room? But this would also give every outcome that could ever happen as a sideways movement. Like we would move on the x-axis, different timelines on the y dimension, and manipulating the mechanism would allow for universal movement on x and y. Oh, wouldn't that be badass? I cannot tell you, like every time anybody's ever given me the hypothetical, well, what kind of superpower would you have? The icebreaker of, would you rather have super strength or flight or, what would you want to do? I always mention time. And I don't know why it doesn't dawn on people. Because with time, nothing else matters the same way. You pause, move, manipulate, go back, rewind, fast forward time. I mean, as long as like you moving 100 years in the future doesn't age you 100 years, then it would kind of suck. But so it would be lovely to have some sort of immunity for that, given the sake. But just in terms of what you could fantasize that you could do with anything that your body can't currently do, I don't understand why time isn't a higher priority for more people, especially because here we go into another trauma point for me specifically. I live with so much regret about things that I did in a certain way that I would love to have done a different way, that the idea of going back and doing them a different way, especially with the knowledge that I have today of what it was like having done it differently. I know some people, and I think this is just an aphorism, some people love to say, if I had to do it all again, I wouldn't change a thing. I'd change every fucking thing. I'd change everything. I would be the master architect of my life if I had time powers. Be like, you know what? Fuck this life. I got a better idea. I got so many different ways. And if I lost something along the way things are currently, I would find a way to bring it back or something. I don't know. Yeah. It's kind of out there on that mechanism aspect. It assumes an awful lot. That's true. That's big, especially considering like thinking in terms of X, Y. Could there be a Z? Could there be other axes besides 3? Obviously we can only think so far, and a lot of that's based on what we can experience of what we know in time. So yeah, just not having a third dimension in and of itself, that dimension would be itself a plane. Yeah. Time manipulation would be the end all be all. 100%. I do wish I could go back, but I also know it's what made me me. See, I'm not that preservational on me. I think if you're talking about time powers, you are also talking to some degree about you as a like time surfer, right? You wouldn't think of yourself as going back in time, doing something, and then you blip out of existence and another you comes up somewhere else. I feel like that would feel more like a monkey's paw or a curse or something like that. And that doesn't feel like a superpower at that point. It's like you got a lucky break where you could go back around and manipulate things in time, but the second it changed anything in your timeline, like you cease to exist and another timeline branches or something, that's more cursed than powerful. I would imagine the Time Lord character would have a sense of persistence. They would be them, and they would persist and continue in some sort of way. Although it would be interesting if you could do like hacks, Like you're still mostly you, but maybe you go back and you tell young you something or change something about young you, and then you get like a tiny little upgrade, but the Time Lord version of you is still mostly the same. It's like just you've done the Matrix injecting in the back of the head, and now you know Kung Fu sort of thing. I would love to craft a better me, but that idea of a better me is formulated directly from those failures. Yeah, but what if you could change the failures and make an even better version of you? Or what if you could learn from other people's failures instead of your own? Or, you know, I don't know. I don't like all my failures. Some of my failures, I don't know if I necessarily learned something from. I sometimes these days, if there's any downtime that I have where I can't be working on stuff that I've been trying to teach myself how to play better chess, mostly because the kids both are starting to get interested in chess, and I don't know it to too high of a degree. Like I understand the basics, but I'm not a strategic sort of person, so I'm studying it a little bit. And the tool that I'm using, it does say whenever you like lose dramatically, especially, well, I don't know, even if you lose, no matter how you lose, sometimes they'll say, you know, you lost, but at least you learned something. And I swear, sometimes I lose in chess and I lose in life. And I've had big failures in my past where I didn't learn. I failed, but I don't know that I got a good thing from that failure. What I got is sometimes trauma or anxiety or just something awful like, and I guess the argument could be, did I learn? Yes. What did I learn? Not good stuff. Bad ideas. Things that I should not have learned. Some failures are have made me worse today than the me I could have been because of the failure. Yeah. If I was that better me, I'd see other things as my great failures. I mean, everybody's got failures, right? But we all could do worse and we all could do better. And if I had to do it over again, I would raise the bar on my worst failures so that my worst failures were less than what this life's version of me was. One of the reasons I love the show Futurama is it asks a lot of these questions and visualizes them pretty well. There's a whole episode about imaginary numbers. Interesting. I was just thinking about imaginary numbers, mostly because we're teaching some basic concepts about mathematics with the kids. They're old enough to start to know arithmetic, but you know, I'm starting to lay the groundwork to explain things like multiplication, division, ratios, and calculus and stuff like that, but just at a conceptual level, because I think when kids hear the word calculus, they think high advanced hard math. And when I hear calculus from all the math I've taken in my life, I think of it as the basic fundamental math of the world that we live in. And everything that's before your first calculus class is pre-calc. It should be considered pre-calc. And that's how I'm sort of explaining it to the kids. Like everything you're learning is static basic operations that will help you understand the dynamic world we live in, which is understandable in the fundamentals and then advanced stages of calculus. And so I was thinking about imaginary numbers and how to describe the concept of that to somebody very young. So interesting that you bring that up. There's an entire episode about going to the second dimension. Interesting. The kind of time travel I want is fully aware reincarnation. Interesting. Give me a second chance to start from zero and live a better life. That could be fun. So does that mean like you are an adult brain in a small body? Or is it kind of like you're still young and impudent and have, you know, problems with your behavior because of hormones or development, but you know stuff. You've seen everything before, and so you can kind of make educated decisions? Or are you a smarty old person inside of a tiny person's body? keep all of my knowledge and growth. Interesting. I'd still love to live in all eras of humanity and the earth. That could be fun. As well as see the birth of the universe and the death of the universe if it were to die. That could be interesting too. That kind of time travel would be wild, to be able to just see epics and eons and meet people from, you know, wildly different eras of the planet, interacting with different levels of human advancement and cultural concepts and stuff like that. There'd be so many things clarified, right? Because there's so much that we do through archaeology and history and study, and that we're doing the best we can, and we're getting the best knowledge that we can. But what if you're just like, I just want to verify this. I just want to go and see. I'm just gonna talk to the guy. I studied his language. I want to see for myself what he really said, because history books said this, and I don't know. Keep knowledge and growth, but still experience each age again. I like that, because I think young me, I definitely had some eras of my life and some things that I've done developmentally. Brain was at a certain stage or whatever. Hormones were in a certain area, and I was like, man, if only I was like mature and came back to that part and be like, yo, listen, I'm just going to act differently. I'm seriously going to act differently. I'm going to act as old me, but as in a young body. That would be fun. I think that would be the most fun for me. The general innocence of childhood and excitement of experiencing new things. Oh, that could be fun. Yeah, if you're old and jaded, and then, you know, somebody gives you a toy, you're like, okay, thanks. Listen, I just want to watch the news right now. Or like, I want to go out and do, you know, all the older person stuff right now and just not be a kid. It would be kind of interesting to still have like the emotional engagement with the world. Like, you break off a piece of bread and you feed it to a duck, and you get this sense of joy that a 5-year-old gets from that, even though in your head you're also, you know, thinking quantum mechanical thoughts and stuff like that. You're also old in your brain. That could be fun. A mix. When you play a game again for the first time in a decade, oh, you're just going all about this whole explanation just so you can get back to you want to play Prey again. Just kidding. When you play a game for the first time, familiar, and you kind of know what to do, able to correct your first playthrough's mistakes while still getting surprised by the small things again. Yup. This is just a long timeshare conversation, a long TED talk to say, wouldn't it be fun to play Prey again for the first time? If someone gives me a toy, I'm super excited. Yeah. I think there's benefits to the way that you engage with the world, and especially with inanimate objects. There's a side of that I find, that I think not just me, but I think a lot of people would find envious, that you can engage with the world the way you do, specifically to inanimate objects as an adult. But I also feel like that's not for everyone. Not everybody enjoys or would enjoy having that outlook on life. Me personally, despite stuff that I like for decor, for stream purposes, I generally don't like inanimate objects. I like live experiences, and especially live, deep and critical thinking moments with people. I find that far preferential, deep levels of engagement far preferential to an inanimate object. And I think I have for a long time. When I was a little kid, I think objects were pretty cool. But I don't know, even then, there's still some things that I really loved, that were engagements, that were interactions. Maybe as far back as, how far back can I remember something that was like a really cool engagement that was like, it was about the interpersonal connection, not about like an item or a toy. Maybe 8 years old. Yeah, at 8 years old, I was, we were living in pretty like bad economic situation, and we had some help from family members. were around us a lot, and I remember engaging with some of them at a much deeper level than I remember when I was younger. And some of those deep talks and sharings and stuff, and like, especially sharing like stuff like art and music and stuff like that. If I worked on something really hard and then it became like a deep conversation or an engagement in like a world I was building or a story or song that I was concocting, and that really expanded out into a deeper thing, I cared so much more about that stuff than like a toy. Being reborn into another world is a big trope in anime and in your webcomic. Well, I don't know about being reborn, but being ported over, I guess. Screw you calling me out. There's one called the Saga of Tonya. Tonya or Tanya? Tonya. The Cruel Other about a... Tonya the Cruel. Another about a salaryman who is a huge asshole in life. Being put into a slightly altered World War II Germany as a young girl from birth with his current memories. Jeez. Brutal. Yeah, that's pretty intense. Really wish more of them focus more on the actual reliving your life and not so much on power fantasy. Oh, gotcha. Interesting. Our little, I don't know if I can say that word on stream. Can't possibly be this pragmatic. Why is she so thoughtful and deep and insightful? What's going on here? That's funny. I did not see that one coming. I think I'm allowed to say that. Oh, crap. Sorry, microphone. Sorry, everybody whose ears heard me smack my microphone. I don't like to hurt you like that. I was going to put up a stream goal tonight out of peer pressure from some of you that said it hasn't been. It's been a long time since we've done a stream goal, and what on earth is happening to the sub money and everything. I'm devoting the sub money to people who are helping behind the scenes to try to get some stuff going for this year, and I also want to look at possible material upgrades to the live stream and VOD content creation experience. So I'm looking at some ideas. I was prioritizing different things and thought, oh, you know what, one of the oldest things in this room is my graphics card. Then I thought about it and I'm like, a lot of the games that we end up playing, or if we just end up talking most of the time, it's really not so much about the card per se, because I'm not trying to do things at like 60 frames per second on really, really high resolution with ray tracing and all that sort of shit. Like that's not where the stream benefits from the greatest. So what I think I might do is look at the next oldest item in the universe of what's around me, which is this camera. It's a Logitech C922 or something like that. It was like popular before even COVID, and it's ancient. I got it well before I needed to be a streamer, and I was like, oh hey, if I want to be a streamer, I already have a webcam. Great. And then I never thought to look for anything to replace it or do better. Again, the history of all of my streaming forever, and it's fine. It works. It's a fine camera. It is also the oldest piece of equipment and least tech thing that is in this room. So that might be next on the stream goal list of things to do. She's also completely twisted. Oh, gotcha. New camera? Yeah, I think so. Don't use your cell phone as a stopgap. Cell phone's great. It's I often need it either like midstream to run off and like help Oz with the kid, or if I go take a bio break or something, I'm gonna scroll on my phone for a little bit before I come back. I don't want to just shove my phone into. I don't know. It feels like it would be more trouble then would it be worth to use my phone as the camera? Yeah. Yeah, I like having my phone freely available. Plus, every once in a while, if I'm playing like a full screen game and I have OBS and everything over here, and other stuff, Discord and things over on that side, like it gets crowded, and sometimes just doing research on my phone, as boomer as it looks to be on stream, and like pull up my phone in front of my face to type something up, just kind of feels like it hits a certain way. Yeah. Geez. It's later than I thought, and I had hoped to get to sleep earlier than this, but I also feel fine with what happened with tonight, and I'm not in a rush to get to sleep. Let me finish this room, and then I might call it. I need to get going to bed myself. Don't harm yourself being here just because the conversation's good. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And I love sleep, although I did spend 5 years or so really neglecting sleep just to be a streamer and other stuff. Even on the nights I didn't stream, sometimes I would just get 3 to 4 hours of sleep because I wasn't prioritizing enough self-love back in those days. That's my fault. Talk to you later, man. Legos, thank you so much. Appreciate the chat. Thank you for a great stream night. Appreciate you very much. All right. Shall we recite the music tutorial? I think we must, because I have no idea what on earth is going on here, but apparently it's music. Use keys 1 through 4. Oh no. To play notes. Key 5 to change style. Or don't. It's your life. Okay. You can also coerce your bandmates into playing their instruments by pressing the space bar while facing them. Try it. Maybe. Okay. Oh, we've got instruments. Oh, wait, it's just me. Oh, my teammates are here. Okay. So can we... There's music. It's happening. Let's turn up the volume a little bit. Wait. Let's see if I can do pitch perfect here. That is a C. A C major. On an electric guitar, obviously. Say G. Ew. I shouldn't stack these. Is that a D? No. What would these be to each other? Actually playing the game? Maybe. That sounds kind of like a D. This sounds like an A then. But this sounds like there's a capo on this. That's making it harder for me to do my my stupid human trick where I can do pitch perfectness. Are you 5 minutes into it? Into the game? Pretty much 5 minutes into where we started the stream today. This is what? This has got to be something else. F, maybe? This has to be relative to that. Maybe it's like F and B or something. I don't know. It feels off. Dear God. So you think you can forget my furnace? You can just render my furnace? You can't do that. Oh, hit it. Are we not? We're not going to play together? I thought if I played in front of this guy, we were going to do something together. Oh, there we go. I play and then talk. Destroy the mandible. Destroy your mandible. Oh, is he like singing? Are this his lyrics? With that chemical in that fashion, destroy that shiny mandible. Do that thing. Was this like? This feels like they might be lyrics to a real song, but they'd like change the words to be something else. Have you ever seen like stupid social media posts where the musicians are like doing that? They like take regular basic lyrics and they change all the words to weird words. Like it was like kill your mouth or something like that. Or smash mouth. This is out of spirit of what the Twitch game category is used for. What I did with the stream? I've been doing this since I started streaming. This is how I live. This is how I live. I could do just chatting, but then people ask what the game is. That's the problem. Is sometimes in the past I have put just chatting. We spend 3 hours of a 5-hour stream chatting, and then there's like 20 people that come into the stream and they're like, there's a game in the background. Wait, what game is that? What game are you playing? You're playing a game right now? What's the game? Or if I put the game category, nobody asks questions if I chat at the same time. What? You tried to match my pitch? Oh, that didn't match my pitch, buddy. Ew. Okay. You're my bassist now? And you're my drummer? What about this guy? My synth and my vocalist. Your lyrics are weird, though. Ooh, thy prison was grand. Their prison will never supplant. Just another shun-in lordly strand. Okay. So I can change instruments? Oh, it's 5. That's right. Oh, that first one is out of tune. Yeah, there's a capo. That's what's screwing me up. Okay, I don't do well with capos on guitar. It messes with my sense of what note it is in pitch perfectness. I haven't gone to bed yet. Aren't you caffeinated? Even if I wanted to, my dog won't. Oh, gotcha. Oh, there's a minor chord. It's like a E minor, but again, I think it's capoed. An A minor. A G. I don't know what that one is. Oh no, this one's like a D minor. E minor, D minor, A minor, and a G major. Anyways, who are all you guys? Watch, we're getting the fights down here. Yo, dirt chemical dirt. The sound, so refulgent. Can you guys do Lees and Grease? That science is my theory. Rock on, my convexity. Oh, sweet, we got another bug. Hell yeah. This is my levitate in jam, yo. This is my consider in jam. I must have talked to the same guy. But you. As do sees with expertise, that product is my furnace. That's another bug. What about this? A TV. Do we all get this? Or just my main character? That looked like some guts. Learned dissect. It is. For those of you that think this word is pronounced die, note the double L. Or double L. Note the double S. SM caffeinated. I did take a little snooze break at 3 a.m. Nice. Just a little snooze, not even a nap. Sometimes I gotta have full nap. Snooze just doesn't cut it for me. Sound, so shrunken. This is my falsifying jam, yo. Am I talking to the same guys, or? I feel like maybe they're repeating stuff. Yo, passion, convexity, convexity, passion. Yeah. I don't know. I thought it was getting new people, but or that there was going to be different. Maybe there's some different stuff being said. Vacuum, I am so purifying, avenged right now. It's just like a automatic word scrambler tool with this game. She can really embrace. All right. Well, this has been fun. Guess it's all guitar. Back to the beginning. I guess if you play it too fast, it kind of gets wonky. This guy sounds like theremin. I guess he is playing a theremin. Look. He's playing a drum machine. He's playing a theremin. And this guy's just screaming vocals. But he also sounds like he's playing a synth. Maybe that's just the way his voice sounds. Okay, so then the question is, that power to sect, did we all get it? Yeah, we did. I wasn't in a group with them, but I was in a group with them. So what does that do? Damages all enemies and removes positive statuses. That sounds pretty important. Good shit. Okay. We're gonna save. I'm sorry I didn't see I saw 3 islands out of all the places that we're here to see. But it was such a good conversation. It was such a good stream. I should probably go pass out, to be perfectly honest though. It's time. It is time. And if I don't go to bed now, tomorrow's gonna be a really, really shitty day. The kiddos passed out real fast. Oz ended the stream early. Everybody else is gonna be awake so much earlier than me. It's better if I get to sleep ASAP. Okay. If you're watching on any other platform besides the purple one, we're saying goodnight to you right about now. I thank you very much for a wonderful evening. I do. Tomorrow night, we're going to be playing more Moon Crash, the Prey DLC. We're very far in, which means I've seen a lot. I've done a lot. And I feel like I'm getting to a point where maybe I could even try to beat the game. I don't know if it's going to happen tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see what I can do. I'm already pretty far in the story and everything. I'd love to see how it ends if I'm able, if I'm cool enough. And if the RNG is kind enough to me, because the RNG is crazy. So tune in for that. If I start the stream on time, that'll happen at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. So please don't miss me there. And cyberstalk me in the meantime. Just go to DamienHolmay.com and you can find all the other places you can mess with me and help me grow. The more I grow, the more likely we will be able to raise a family doing content creation, which would be pretty badass. All right. I'll see the rest of you on the flip side. If you're on the purple platform, hang on. We're going to go find somebody to raid out to.